many things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi. Greetings. What's going on? My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hug.
Mary Santora's out today. Just the boys.
Yeah.
If you would like to join us, you don't have to be. You don't have to be anything. You can just be
Yourself.
just be yourself.
Be proud of who you are.
Come on, just whoever you are. That's enough. We'll find out. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. Those are the phone lines you can use if you want to send me a text. 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you can watch the show if you like. I hadn't anticipated Mary being out, and I got a lot of messages and photos from people. I should just forward them to her, I guess, because they're not really for me. People sending me messages and photos of their cats. We've had the argument, not really an argument, we've had the conversation in the past, since Mary has cats and you and I have dogs, that she makes the case that cats are far more independent, blah, blah, blah. And so I have to assume that the photos and messages that people were sending me was about their cats being the exact opposite of independent, that you need to help them along. Again, I have no vested interest in any of that. Although D-Rock, who is one of our listeners in El Paso, Texas, he did send me a photo. I'll show it to you here on the live stream of what he calls his little stud. That is his Chihuahua. And he said, hey, I know your mom might not be dating, but is your mom's Chihuahua dating? And
Ooh, a little love connection.
well, I don't know.
Chihuahua dating show. I love it.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. You know what I'll do, D-Rock? I will forward this to my mom, and then I'll see what she says. I don't know what that... Could you imagine if it graduated from just goofing around to D-Rock's Chihuahua and my mom's Chihuahua getting together, and then D-Rock forming a lifelong friendship with my mother? How about that? I don't know anything about D-Rock's personal life. I don't know if he's a single man. I don't know if he's married, whatever. He said, I know your dear mother isn't dating, but how about her Chihuahua? Attached is a photo of my stud. I don't know the dog's name or anything like that, but it was one of many F these cats messages I got from people who have them, by the way. Not just people who are saying, I don't like them, you're right. I mean, I don't need that. But people who have them and say, as an owner. But again, you know, animals, people are just animals, and every animal is different. You know, not even breeds of animals are a monolith. But there was I took my daughter to see Inside Out 2 yesterday. Now, I'd never seen Inside Out 1, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to follow along. And as it turned out, I was able. It was okay. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen the second one. I saw the first one.
Didn't see the first one.
I liked the first one. I thought it was good.
For people who haven't seen it, it's a Pixar movie about all the characters in the movie are this girl's emotions. I have to assume it's the same girl in the second movie.
I would imagine.
A girl named Riley. She was
Yeah.
probably a little girl in the first movie.
Correct.
And now she's become a teenager.
In the first one, she's like a little girl, probably like first or second grade, and she just moved.
Okay.
So she's like getting used to the new. I believe that's what the premise was.
Okay. Well, yeah. The second was she playing hockey in the first one by any chance?
Yeah, I think she was.
Okay. Well, she's quite the hockey star in the second one,
Mm-hmm.
and halfway through, I'm kind of looking over at my daughter. It's just the two of us, and I kind of look at her. I'm like, what do you think so far? About halfway through, and she just kind of nods, and she goes, "Why is so much of the movie hockey based?" And I go, "Well, because they're trying to establish, a big part of the premise is that she's considering and reconsidering what she needs to do to make herself a hockey star. And so they have to, as she's becoming a teenager, they have to introduce a whole new array of emotions come along with puberty and, of course, all that kind of stuff.
Hormones.
But it's short and it's cute, and Louis Black is still in it, and Amy Poehler. Again, I didn't see the first one. But I think I could follow along, and it was entertaining enough, right? A quick 90 minutes. They still give you the 35 minutes. I swear to God, like the trailers and the commercials now are like a third of the length of the movie. So if you can time it just right. I used to be a guy who liked getting there in time for the trailers, except that's so much time now that I don't care anymore because we're seeing them all online anyway.
Exactly. I used to get there 15 minutes early, settle in, do some of the trivia slides beforehand, but now they don't even do the trivia slides anymore. It's all just ads before, and then they do the trailers, and the trailers are 40 minutes long, and it's just like, good God.
Now you can get there, you can get to the theater when the movie is supposed to start.
Yeah.
And get everything done and be in your seat by the time the movie actually starts.
That's exactly what I did on Saturday seeing Beetlejuice.
Yeah. How was that?
It was fine. It was
I haven't heard. I want to see it. But I'm surprised at how many people I know have said thumbs down.
No, I thought it was. It was fun. I had a good time watching it.
It was a big hit over the weekend.
I wasn't expecting it to be as good as the original.
Right.
Catherine O'Hara's still great.
Yep.
Michael Keaton's still great.
No Alec Baldwin. No Gina Davis.
Right.
Yep.
And it was a little messy. I think they tried to do too much, like the whole Monica Bellucci character just didn't seem to be all that necessary.
She's foxy though.
She is.
I'll watch her do anything.
And it was short too. It was 1:44. So
beautiful. I
like that. Overall, I give it like a B.
Yeah. All right.
B-.
These days, that's the best you can hope for.
Mm-hmm. It was
1:45, B-, fine.
Yeah.
It was $10 well spent.
Yep.
I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send me a text for anything, 35192. Want to go see the band Skillet? I will have those tickets for you all week. Comedians Andrew Schultz and Sarah Silverman. Those are two separate shows, but one is one right after the other at Playhouse Square. And we'll be back after these.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
We're less than 2 weeks away from our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
The biggest headliners in live music will be taking over T-Mobile Arena, Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st.
Limited seats still available at AXS.com.
Don't miss A$AP Rocky, Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Dua Lipa, Gwen Stefani, Halsey, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, The Weeknd, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet, and a special performance by Coldplay's Chris Martin.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Stream only on Hulu.
Get tickets while you still can now at AXS.com.
Audible is a proud partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Explore the best selection of audiobooks, plus podcasts and originals, all in one easy app. Audible, there's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
TD, Tutty, taking it to the house, whatever you call a touchdown, they matter more at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Ready to place your first NFL bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score a touchdown. Ready to do a touchdown dance of your own? Score big with DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code BUZZARD. That's code BUZZARD for new customers to get $250 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 and get 1 month of NFL Plus Premium on us. Only at DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Ohio only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/ftball. NFL Plus Premium offer available only to new and former NFL Plus subscribers. Additional NFL Plus Premium terms at nfl.com/terms.
Solo Funds believes that people should be able to help people. They're on a mission to help people support each other financially. At Solo, each member can tap the strength of their community to power their own journey toward financial freedom. You can take comfort in the knowledge that no matter what, you're not on your own. Whether you need a little help making rent or paying those utility bills, the community at Solo has your back. Download the app today and learn more at solofunds.com.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Kids, wake up! Hey, kids! I'm going to McDonald's. Does anyone want...
Because when McDonald's breakfast is on the table, everyone's a morning person.
Order in the app and get your favorite breakfast sandwiches. Buy one, get one free. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Offer valid once per day through 9/29/24 at participating McDonald's. Must opt into rewards. Excludes bagels.
Hey there. What's for Fulton Parkway. In Cleveland, Vet Connect will provide winter clothes for veterans, resources, and VA claims assistance. For more, visit cuyahoga-vets.org.
Wake up with football every morning and listen to my new podcast, NFL Daily, with Greg Rosenthal. 5 days a week, you get all the latest news, the best analysis delivered by the time you get your coffee. This show hits on every single game, every single week, but I can't do it alone, so I'm bringing in all the big guns from NFL media. Subscribe today, and you'll immediately be smarter and funnier than your friends. Listen to NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search NFL Daily to start listening.
He might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. We're 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text there. Guardians in Chicago tonight. You know, normally I would join the chorus of people make fun of my beloved Chicago White Sox, as the Guardians will start the first of 3 tonight there at Guaranteed Rate Field. But the White Sox are on a hot streak. And you might say, well, too little, too late. They are on a hot streak. They have won twice in about 10 days. So things are looking up. Can anybody say October ball in Chicago?
No.
Okay. White Sox, well, they beat Boston last night. That's something.
Good.
Red Sox are a good team, boy. The sun even shines on a dog's ass once in a while. But the Guardians will start up against the White Sox tonight. That is a 7:40 first pitch here on WMMS. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. Guardians will come home this weekend. They've got the 4 games against the Tampa Bay Rays. I'm kind of surprised. I haven't heard really that many people talking about it. In fact, I don't know that I've heard one single person talking about it, Bill, that the Cleveland Browns lost yesterday.
Oh, they did? I hadn't heard.
Now, is this a case? I know it's been gone over like a fine-toothed comb by the time we come on the air, but this is when I start talking to people, and this is when I start asking questions.
Ask away.
Is this week 1 overreaction? I mean, you go to USA Today, and every team has their own columnists and things like that. In USA Today Sports, there's a thing called the Browns Wire, and their article was, pull the plug before it's too late. And I'm like, okay, well, listen, it's week 1. I don't know what people expect. But I don't know.
People expect a team that looks like it's played football before.
Is that what it was?
And that's not what they got yesterday.
The Browns were the only one of my 4 teams that lost. My Bears won, the Lions won, and the Steelers won. Those are my other 3 teams. Browns lost. I kind of would peek in every so often. I was running around doing stuff yesterday, so I would just Google the Browns game on my phone and see where they were. And it looked like they weren't anywhere from the jump.
I have a whole setup going. I have two screens going. I put the Browns game on one. I put the Red Zone on the other. Mostly paying attention to Red Zone because of fantasy football and things like that. And the Browns game just wasn't very exciting either. Mm-hmm. I mean, every time I would look over, first of all, Tom Brady, not good broadcasting.
Well, they need to give him some room. I mean, he's got to get his legs like everybody else. Listen, Tom Brady has never been a charismatic guy.
That's what I'm saying.
They need to be like, he's an amazing quarterback. Why does he suck on TV? All right. First, those two things have nothing to do with each other.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, he's just getting going in broadcasting.
Right.
So I say,
but there's
Tom
other guys
Brady
that have
find his
been,
thing.
That like Greg Olson.
Yeah.
Great.
Tony Romo.
Tony Romo's great.
Sure.
There's so many guys that come in and are just perfect for the broadcast booth. Tom Brady's going to have to get better.
Yes.
He's going to have to work at it.
Yep.
It's not a natural thing for him.
People forget how wooden he is in real life.
Yeah. Plastic in the face.
Has he had work done, or is that just
like
something that they
weird.
goof on him in the roasts?
I don't know. He looks weird.
Yeah.
And then you got the game was just Deshaun Watson doesn't look like a good quarterback.
Okay.
He just does not look good. He did not, and
But he hasn't been playing much either.
He
right?
hasn't been playing much, but that's the thing is, he should still look better. His dad passed away this weekend, so that was probably on his mind. There was a lot of things against him. He didn't play any at all during the preseason.
Yep.
The line was injured. There's a lot of things against him, but
he was worried he was going to get Tyreek Hill on the way home.
That was ridiculous. There's just a lot.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't look like a capable quarterback anymore.
Right.
And that's.
But all these articles that are being written is like, it's time to cut the cord. It's like, they're not going to eat that much money.
I mean, you can bench him. You can put him on the bench. But Jameis Winston, I mean, the thing, they had Joe Flacco.
I know.
And they didn't want to re-sign Joe Flacco.
Baker Mayfield threw 4 touchdowns yesterday for Tampa Bay.
289 yards. Looked great. But again, he also played against the best, or one of the best defenses in the NFL. And, I just don't see him turning it around. This is just purely from a football standpoint. He doesn't seem to work with the offense that they're trying to run.
Okay.
And I don't. And but like you said, there's nothing they can do about it because it's a fully guaranteed contract.
And they got a lot of good guys out there in the field, man, who are ready to play some football. Yeah. So, all right. Okay.
So,
well, I didn't. I didn't.
But he ain't going anywhere.
I didn't have both of my hands in it. So when I saw people writing those kinds of
even more disappointing.
Your LA Chargers.
No, they won, but I'm not even. I didn't really worry about that. Kind of out on them too.
Who's your team this season?
I said I don't have a team.
Oh, okay.
I'm a man that just is. I just like football.
Yeah, okay.
I just like football.
Yeah.
You know that picture of Rob Lowe wearing the NFL hat?
Yes, that's you.
me.
You're Rob Lowe in an NFL logo hat.
And we get confused for each other all the time too. Everyone's like, "Is that Rob Lowe?" Oh wait, no, that's a 400.
I was watching The Floor the other night, and I was like, "Oh my God, when did Bill start doing this?" He didn't apprise me of this development.
So I'm very just enjoying the NFL for what it is. Fantasy was good for me yesterday. Had 3 of my 4 teams won. And whoopsie, her picks ended up pretty good.
Yeah.
She went 4-1. She lost the Rams-Lions game in overtime. And if she had won that game, I would have won $450.
Did you win? Oh, you had a parlay.
I had a parlay.
You didn't win any.
Well, I did a few other just single game stuff. So I won like $20.
Right.
So I'm not in the hole.
Yeah. Well, I got a call about Whoopsie, by the way.
Hey, it's Jimbo from Alamogordo. Whoopsie is amazing. I'm quitting my job. I'm going to become a professional gambler. Keep them coming, Whoopsie. Hate the show.
See?
Yeah, I mean, 4-1 is not bad at all.
No, for a
and
dog.
I had a lot of people like, oh, she's going to go. She might win one game or but she 4-1 is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And that Rams-Lions game could have gone the other way. It was an overtime game. There was a little bit of clock mismanagement by Sean McVay that I think ended up helping the Lions quite a bit.
Okay. Well, and our buddy David Njoku is out.
Yeah, he got
friend
hurt.
of the show, David Njoku. They said he got a high ankle sprain. Now, this is why you're not supposed to smoke pot before football.
No, Alan, that's not.
I'm sorry?
It's not no. He didn't sprain his ankle while he was high.
Oh. I was going to say, you want to talk about time mismanagement. Oh, my goodness. A high ankle sprain. I'm sure we've talked about this before because I'm not that bright. How high does the ankle go? I'm sure we've talked about this before.
I think the high ankle sprain is...
That's called the knee.
No, it's the upper part of the... There's the lower ankle where it connects to the foot, and then the ankle where it...
connects to the leg.
To the
tibia
to the
and the fibula?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, around there. And I think those are more serious when it's a high ankle sprain. It's or that might not even be it. It might even be the grade of sprain, like a high grade sprain, low grade sprain.
Oh,
I don't know.
Boy, there's so many things.
Talking.
It all made sense to me.
Yeah.
Again, you're talking to somebody who doesn't know anything. This is all very, very. There's so many ways for an elite athlete to hurt themselves.
Right.
Angel Reese on My Chicago Sky, WNBA.
She gone.
Out
Yeah.
for the rest of the season. Season-ending injury. Last shot she made, drained a 3, and then ouch, down goes Frazier. And that's all she wrote. So the high ankle sprain, also known as the syndesmotic ankle sprain, of course, we knew that, injury to ligaments. So he's going to be out for 6-7 games then.
That's
what they said.
I thought they classified him as week to week or.
Oh no, not from
day.
something like that. Right, day to day.
That's the report I saw was that he was day to day.
I know they want to get these guys back out there, and they're mad that he was high, but I mean, come on.
That's not,
I'm sorry.
He was not.
Oh, that's not what it was? I like the video you sent me about the Browns fans.
Oh, man.
Cleveland.com just stood outside the stadium with a microphone and let
after the
people
game
talk.
and let people say what they had to say.
Rant about it, yeah.
Right now, Watson is trash until you show something. Watson, you're trash.
We paying you all this money to do that? That's not acceptable.
Right. I would love to have Flacco right now. Where is he? Is he busy?
Where did the score can't beat the Cowboys? I'm going to burn this Watson jersey. Go ahead and put that on the news.
I mean, I still have hope. I have hope, but...
I don't got no hope as long as Deshaun Watson's my quarterback.
I ain't got no hope as long as Deshaun Watson.
Put this on the news. People don't even know who they're talking to. There's just a microphone there.
I mean, they see the Cleveland.com little thing on the microphone. Don't they
Yeah,
got that?
I know. Yeah, but I think when they say there's a camera, put this on the news, they think they're talking to Channel 3 or something. Yeah, well, listen, that's when you get people at their most vital after a game.
Yeah.
Were the Cowboys supposed to be an easy win?
No, not at all.
Oh, well,
Cowboys
that kid
are a
was like,
good
you
team.
can't beat the Cow. That's what I thought. But that kid
Yeah.
goes, you can't beat the Cowboys? I didn't know what he was talking about.
I mean, it's a home game, so you're hoping that that's going to be a thing. But the Cowboys had a very good defense last year. The Cowboys are a great regular season team. Playoffs, they can't get it done. And Dak Prescott got a contract extension right before the game.
Oh, my God. They rolled out the comically large check for him.
Dude, they gave him $231 million guaranteed to make sure that he was the highest paid guarantee money of all time over Deshaun Watson.
Sure.
Like they're like, oh, I'll give you $1 million more than Deshaun Watson just so you have that title.
It's like a Jeopardy final.
Yeah.
We need to go downfield. We need a better quarterback. Baker boiled out today. I know nobody wants to hear that.
You want to put the stadium in Brook Park, right? What is it going to come with? What level of sadness you want to pick? Would you like to cry? Would you like tears with that? We're tired of it.
Their offensive line is bad. Watson looks really, he's like Brandon Weeden, but slightly faster.
Deshaun Watson is one of the worst quarterbacks we've ever had. And as Browns fans, we've seen a lot of bad quarterback play.
That was a pretty sad game.
We're Cleveland!
They have her on again because that dude keeps putting his face there. Big Lots Dave Bautista keeps sticking his melon in there and yelling, and the yelling melon. I believe
Okay,
that's
you
what
were
they
right.
called him.
I think so. The report I saw was earlier, but yeah, it's out 6 to 8 weeks probably for David Njoku. That's a bummer.
Yeah, it is.
We don't like Deshaun Watson.
Hey, I like Deshaun. I just think he needs some
There's
reps.
a guy in a Batman costume. Like, what is happening? I love people who have the costumes that I know it. I guess it's spooky season too, but the people who have costumes have nothing to do with the team unless there's a Batman tie-in with the Cleveland Browns that I'm unfamiliar
Nick
with.
Chubb is a huge Batman fan.
Well, we're all huge Batman fans.
I think that's probably the stretch that he's making. It's like, well, if Nick Chubb sees me dressed as Batman, maybe he'll wave at me.
Oh, he'll wave at me. I understand.
Stop, baby! Nick Chubb touchdown!
I mean, it was many years ago at one of your Halloween parties where, of course, my costume was Batman Zell.
Very funny.
Yes, his
clever. Now,
his
Alan, I
first
know
year.
you've been hitting the gym.
Yes.
The Browns only have one other tight end on their roster. They're going to have to make a move. Do you think you could take that tight little end of yours?
I am the tightest
and
of
try
ends.
out for the
I
Browns?
am a tight end. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know what I would do in a football capacity. And I would like my end to remain as tight as it has been.
You'd block other players.
This morning was a squat day, so I'm especially tight today.
Yeah, and then you'd catch passes. You're blocking and catching passes.
I can definitely catch passes, but
All right.
these are massive, massive human beings that are coming at me too. to try, as I understand it, to see to it that I can't catch that pass.
Maybe you can.
In fact, to come through and try to thwart my efforts to catch that pass. Right? The other guys on the
when
team.
David Njoku was in here, he's only like a foot and a half taller than you. He's like got 100 pounds of muscle.
I was going to say 150 pounds.
You think you can't hang with that?
No.
You got to believe in yourself, Alan.
I mean, I do believe in myself. In a very limited capacity, I believe in myself.
I know a lot of people are down on him, but I'm going to stand behind him.
Hopefully figure out a way to get him out of his contract so that we don't have to do a cap hit and then find someone new. Maybe we can draft someone or do something else.
The play calling, terrible. Deshaun looked terrible. Everybody looked terrible.
Well, we were thinking about Tom Brady was in town covering his first game. He was trying to see excellence. Cleveland, we're trying to show him excellence, but we got to go out there. We got to work harder.
Hard to watch. Very hard to watch.
I like these two young dudes.
Just like Deshaun Watson needs to start getting better. O-line too. And Nick Chubb will be back soon, so that'll help.
Yeah, they need more kids on there. All right. Well, anyway, they posted up with a microphone there, cleveland.com.
Baby! Nick Chubb, touchdown!
I'm sure this took them a long time, and the full video is only about 2.5 minutes, but they probably shot about a half an hour of video and had to, excise the drunks and expletives. But I think it would have been great if they had just, rather than edit all those people out, if they had bleeped them. That would have been fantastic, to just have one long, unbroken line of people, and bleeping their expletives.
There's so many people that put so much of their life is cheering for the Browns. You saw people lining up Saturday morning to get ready to go into the Muni lot. It looks like a small city when they're there. I drove past it.
I loved when we used to do Muni lot stuff. I didn't care if they won or lost.
It's incredible. You saw Donovan Mitchell go down there, and he was doing keg bowling with people.
Yeah.
And you see all that, and you're just like, these people are just. I love that they do that, and they're so into it, and I just want better for them.
Well, you'd like to have. I mean, even if they lose, you still had a fun party, but you'd like to have the party before and after the game.
Correct.
Right. You'd like to have a post-party along with.
Or even a game that looked like it was. There was a chance. Yeah. That first half was so bad. So bad. One first down in the entire first half.
I'll tell you why I'm
excited,
the Browns.
Bill. Okay,
because the Cox Out pregames are back, baby.
Yeah. When's the first one?
Next Sunday.
Oh.
Browns are at. See, we do them now when the Browns are away, because when they're home, we used to do them when they're home. And I go, we got to switch this up. A few years back, right? A few seasons back. And so now I go out when they're away, because that's when people really need somebody to come in with their tight end.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. And do the Cox Out pregame.
That way, at least if they're out of town, they lose, they say, well, at least I met Alan Cox today.
Yeah, right. That's what we were thinking.
Even if the Browns lose, it won't be the worst thing that happened to me today, because I met Alan Cox today.
That's right. Boy, I thought Deshaun Watson was a letdown, and then I met Alan at the Parma Tavern. Yeah. So the whole schedule, there are half a dozen of them, and we're going to be playing the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament, by the way, which means we get one big local winner, and then that person goes to Vegas.
And they become Nicolas Cage.
Right. And then they try to get themselves to the big game in New Orleans. So, yeah, the first Cox Out pregame is this Sunday. We're going to be rotating locations. First one's at the Parma Tavern. Always love hanging out with the gang at the Parma Tavern. So that's noon to 2 this coming Sunday, but the entire schedule is there for you if you go to AlanCoxShow.com. Just hit the contest page there. I got a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. And listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
I'm going to go see the band Skillet. Skillet is on the road this fall. One person who wins tickets from me this week gets the meet and greet with Skillet before the show. They're on the Revolution Tour. I think that's the name of the new album. Band out of Memphis. I've been doing it for quite a while now. AXS.com. The details to see Skillet. It is the 26th of this month. That's a Thursday night at the world-famous Agora. You want to go? Be caller number 10. And these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Pickle in the fridge. I got a pickle in the fridge. I got my wife all over me. But there's a pickle in the fridge. When my wife is at work, I touch the pickle in the fridge. When my wife is at home, I do not touch the pickle in the fridge. Cause there's a pickle in the fridge. I'm gonna crunch it with my teeth. But if my wife says me do that, she's gonna be so mad at me.
This is the sitting song guy. This dude has a new show. We were talking about English teacher last week. Brian Alvarez is the guy, and he did the sitting song. He did Pickle in the Fridge.
I watched the first 2 episodes.
Your thoughts?
You and Mary seem to like it a lot. I was not super into it.
The rhythms are kind of hard to get your arms around.
Yeah.
That was my thought on it, but I like what they're trying to do. It's not a laugh out loud, guffaw, funny kind of show.
No. Like, it was definitely, and see, Mary sold it as like, oh, I laughed out loud so many times. Like, I was like into the storylines and stuff like that, but I was expecting more like laugh out loud moments, and there was a couple. And
Yeah.
I love Sean Patton, so like I'm gonna keep with it. But I was what Mary sold me as. I was like, this is a little different than.
It's not a broad comedy, I
No,
guess.
not at all.
No, there's a Ted Lasso vibe to it that I don't know if it's intentional or not. But the main guy, the creator of it, is this guy named Brian Jordan Alvarez, who was doing all these wild TikToks in between writing. He's done a lot of shows. He was on Will and Grace back in the day, and he was on, so he's an actor who works regularly. But I don't know if he blew up during the pandemic when everybody was at home, but he would make these TikTok videos with his eyes and his mouth, this massive filter, so it just looked cartoonish.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would do this like stereotypical Latino accent because that's where his family comes from and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, so the sitting song, sitting is the opposite of standing, that blew him up. But I don't know how many people actually knew that it was him in the first place or even know who he is. But anyway, he has a show on FX called English Teacher. I think its new episode's probably tonight. And I think it's very funny. But again, it is not like a gut buster kind of show. He was in that movie Megan about the killer robot. So he's made the rounds, but I think he's been trying to sell this show for a while. And they're definitely, it's not a dark comedy at all. I mean, it's, they're trying to make it as feel good as they possibly can. But his song Pickle in the Fridge really spoke to me, because Pickle Fest is coming up. You ever go to Cleveland Pickle Fest?
I've never been, no.
I feel like this is one of the more underlooked events in Northeast Ohio. Now, I have no vested interest in this. I have no dog in this fight other than I'm somebody who does, on occasion, enjoy pickles. And you know what occasion I enjoy pickles? Every occasion. Now, I've never gone to Pickle Fest. But I have to think that if you relish.
Hey. Look at that fun play on words. Look at that. What a good time.
Did you see what I did?
Yeah.
Because relish is made from pickles, traditionally. Sometimes it's made from other things. And they just do it right downtown here. They do it right over by the convention center. And I may go this year. Because you go, somebody says, well, what's Pickle Fest? Your natural reaction is, what are you, stupid? It's pickles. And it's probably not much more than that. But it's an all-day thing. It's coming up on the 21st. That's a day I'm going to have to myself. That's Saturday the 21st. And it's right downtown. And listen, I don't even know how this got going. I don't know how many years they've been doing it. More than a couple. This isn't the inaugural, but I don't think it's the 25th either. And it'll cost you a couple of bucks to get in. But this is where you can really, I'm always looking for opportunities to broaden my palate. Because, granted, when it comes to food, I have a relatively narrow focus. In that I'm not somebody who, I don't take a great deal of enjoyment in eating. To me, it's more about maintenance than anything else. But if I get in there and they go, hey, I want to try some of this pickle ice cream. And I go, why not? Why wouldn't I do that?
Give it a little try.
Hey.
Maybe it's great.
How about this pickle cotton candy? Does that scratch you where you itch? I go, maybe. Maybe so. But that is coming up down there on, they call it Mall C. And I don't know that that's where they had, what was that music festival they tried to get off the ground there a couple of years. In Kaya. There you go, yeah. You had New Order come in and really good lineup, but I don't think it was a thing that was going to sustain itself. So Pickle Fest is coming up. And I don't know if they have musical entertainment. That's what I want to know. Because there are bands that will play any and all events. So if this is just a straight across the board, hey, everything we do is pickle related, that's one thing.
Band number 1, 11:30 a.m. till 2 p.m. Billy Likes Soda.
I've heard of them. I don't know their music. Is that local?
I imagine.
Oh, okay.
I think they're like a cover band.
Now, does he like pickle soda?
I don't know.
Okay.
It doesn't say.
All right.
Then 2 o'clock, pickle eating contests. And then 3:30 to 5:45, band number 2 plays, Centric Soul.
Okay, so 2 bands are set up for Pickle Fest. Centric Soul and Billy Likes Soda.
Correct.
All right. Well, that's valuable information to help me make my choice. But Mall C there, that kind of sloping hill there that goes up the hill towards
Billy Likes Soda is a
Browns
cover band.
Bank Field. Cover band. Okay. Well, but now are they all? Does it say if they're all soda-related songs?
I don't.
Pop Goes the Weasel, Dr. Pepper, that kind of stuff. I don't know.
I don't have that kind of information at my disposal.
Thank you. Toilet paper, you might have noticed, is shrinking. Toilet paper, when they have run various sectors of the retail industry that have been the most afflicted with what they call shrinkflation, which is when you get less of something, but they charge you the same, right? There's a lot of things people notice along the way. This is kind of the ripple effects of post-COVID, where companies were like, hey, it really had nothing to do with supply shortages or shipping containers getting caught in the Suez Canal. Those were all very convenient excuses for a while to then continue prices not going down, but not necessarily going up. Just they found a creative way to just sell you less, but charge you the same. And toilet paper, they say, is the worst. You're being victimized, essentially. Toilet paper, the rolls are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And if you have seen, and I don't want to pick on Pickle Fest, but if you have seen the way people in this country eat, you know this is a disaster waiting to happen. You don't want the toilet paper rolls to get smaller. Because for a while, they were like the size of, they were massive. You'd pull a
they're like watermelons.
Yeah, you'd pull one sheet off, and it was like a comforter off of your bed.
I mean, I still spring for very good toilet paper.
I think you should.
I don't use as much because I am a bidet guy, but I like to, usually it's more for drying purposes, and in that case, you need a sturdier ply to dry off your hole.
Sturdier ply.
I don't like a damp hole.
Yeah, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I like it clean and dry.
I understand. I'm not in a bidet house. but I also try to be judicious with my paper. Some people, they give themselves an oven mitt before they do anything, before they even do their initial swipe.
There's people,
and that's just wasteful.
There's people out there that are still balling it up.
What do you mean balling it up?
Like, you take off some toilet paper.
Yeah.
You do a couple folds, right?
Yeah.
So it's a nice flat piece. There's people that will take it and it'll look like a snowball. And
Why?
That's what I don't know.
Okay.
I think of my friend Nick. Congratulations on your engagement and your wedding coming up. But if you're going to be a married man, Nick, you got to learn to wipe your butt properly.
Well, I wonder if this is something that his wife-to-be is aware of.
I hope
you might
so.
have just blown up his spot.
Yeah.
If you'll pardon the pun there.
Or I might have just saved their marriage.
Yeah, you may have.
Yeah.
Well, the TP rolls are getting smaller, because for a few years it was like you couldn't find them rationally small. For a while they were like mega.
Mm-hmm.
They were too big. Well, now they're going the other way. So just keep that in mind. I think anything that leads people to, because you're still going to have people use the wet wipes, which is fine. But
don't flush them. You're not supposed to flush them.
They're spending so much time trying to get people educated that you cannot flush those.
Don't flush them.
Right. But now they have moved to the fact that toilet paper is you're being victimized by shrinkflation. And I don't know that anyone has a solution for it. Because you can't go with like the, state park restroom half ply.
Oh, it's the worst.
It's like what we get here at work.
I know. That's why I don't like pooping
half
here.
ply toilet paper.
You bring your own toilet paper here?
No, I didn't bring my own toilet paper. No, because they started stocking it finally. I don't know if it was something I was saying or whatever.
Yeah.
Word got around, but it's been some time before our men's room has been toilet paper free. For a while, you were lucky to find a roll in the entire joint. But so no, I didn't
I had such
start
a good
bringing
coil today. It was so nice.
A good coil.
Oh yeah.
Did you take a photo?
No,
a lot of people
no,
like
no,
to do that just for
I'm
their
not-
own. They'll upload it to like a health app or
just
something.
I mean, if we're on the topic of toilet paper.
Yep.
So I had a good, a good sensible size. There wasn't anything crazy, but it just curved so nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Nice solid piece.
You had a little question mark in the bowl when you were okay.
It almost did a full circle. It was pretty close.
Well, I guess that's a good start to the day.
And then just spray off with the bidet a little bit, dry off. Know that it's all clean.
Mm-hmm.
Feels good. It's a good way. It is a good way to start the day.
Yeah.
I need to get my girlfriend a bidet because I've been staying over there more often, and I just
BYOB.
I need it. I like it. It's so much better than
All
just regular toilet paper.
So you're going to get her that so when you're there, you can avail yourself of it.
Correct.
Uh-huh. Alan, did you hear that Johnny Gaudreau's widow announced her pregnancy at his memorial service? Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
With his third child.
That's
They got 2 little kids already, boy. These guys, they really want to just get them bang, 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 get them done. Johnny Gaudreau and his brother, of course, he was
that's such a
he played for the
man.
Columbus Blue Jackets, and his brother played hockey too, and they were riding bikes a couple of weeks ago, and they were hit and killed by a drunk driver. And they just had, you might have seen photos over the weekend, I think they had the side-by-side coffins. They had Johnny and his brother, whose name escapes me. But they were both hockey players. Johnny had gotten a little further. He was in the NHL. I remember when he was with the Calgary Flames. I think that's who drafted him. And, I'd like to make an announcement. I mean, I guess you've got to tell people because they're going to find out. It's obviously nothing you're going to want to hide. But it's very, very sad. People are asking me if they have alcohol at Pickle Fest. I have to think if you let the juice sit there long enough. I don't know. Picklebacks. I mean, I would imagine that maybe if you want to do picklebacks, I don't know.
See, maybe vendors will
Don't ask
answer
Billy
this?
because he only drinks soda,
Yeah.
according to their. A woman on the subject of you getting victimized by toilet paper shrinkflation. There is a woman who is I don't know what area of expertise this is, but she is described as a pelvic floor expert. Maybe she's just one of these wellness influencers. I don't know. But she said, kind of to your point, but even without the bidet, you should never, ever be wiping more than thrice. I don't mean the band. You should never wipe more than 3 times. That you're doing.
Thrice, man. I haven't heard that band's name in a long time.
Great band.
A great band.
Oh,
but
come on. Black Honey? Yeah, that you should not. You're doing something wrong if it's taking you that long to do it. And you can save yourself a lot of money, obviously, on the aforementioned toilet paper. But that for the strength of your pelvic floor. Now, of course, guys like Bill and I, we're constantly doing Kegels. So we're always making sure that the health and welfare of our pelvic floor, a lot of people think it's just the women because of things like childbirth that they need to address issues with their pelvic floor. In fact, I'll do you one better.
I'm a tight perineum.
Yeah, I'm so dialed in that I spend a lot of time on my pelvic ceiling.
Oh.
And so top that.
Is it that foil looking stuff? Like an old-timey ceiling?
Yeah, it's like a tin ceiling. Yeah, yep.
That tin ceiling.
I've got fleur-de-lis stamped into it, and yeah. I don't like to, there's no humble brag on my part, but yeah. So a woman says if you work on your pelvic floor, then you're not going to need as much paper. And I think that that's a very good way to go about things. When you think about it.
That guy that calls and goes, no, 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 no. You should edit his voice into the Guns N' Roses where he goes,
oh, that's it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, the nya-nya guy. He calls and gives me a hard time, makes fun of me, and then... Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't like me. I tried it. It's not the greatest. I get where you're coming from, but I don't know if that's going to be it. That ain't it, cuz. So, yeah, pelvic floor, pelvic ceiling, however you want to go about it.
You said you hate people singing in your car, but you like Brian crooning, singing when he calls. So what if he was in your car? Would he be able to sing and you enjoy it?
What does one have to do with the other?
No. Answer the question.
You like Brian calling and crooning, yes?
Yeah. So would you like Brian?
Well, I've never met Brian.
With the radio in the car.
Why would I want that? What does one have to do with? I don't like anybody singing along with the.
I said you like Brian so much. Wouldn't you want Brian? You say that they don't improve the song.
Right.
I think Brian improves the song. So if you're riding around in the car,
well, I also
you got Brian in there.
You want
him to sing along.
Okay, yes. If he could do it, if he could keep it to the 2-second intervals that he does on the phone, yes, of course, that would be great.
A little Frustrated Incorporated. What is that song called? Actually called
Misery from Soul Asylum.
Yeah,
who are coming to town, I believe. They're opening for somebody.
On the evening news. Just give me something I can use. We've only just begun.
Yeah, we could do this in small bursts, of course.
Who's gonna drive you home?
I do like the I guess that does rise to the level of a croon, doesn't it? That caller described Brian as crooning, and I guess that's pretty good.
I think someone asked if there's going to be alcohol. One of the sponsors is a brewery, so I think you have a good chance that there will be some booze.
I don't think you could get anybody to something as esoteric as Pickle Fest and make it a non-alcoholic event. I think that's probably got to be part of the whole thing. But, again, I don't know that one thing has to do with the other when I think it's funny that Brian calls and people singing in my car. He is not improving those songs either. He is, in fact, making them, well, maybe he is.
His own? Yeah.
Maybe he is. Making them his own. Yeah.
All I know is if he did Hurt by 9 Inch Nails, Trent Reznor would disown the Johnny Cash version and be like, Brian.
Brian's is the best.
Is now the best.
Right.
What's a finger bang?
Finger bang, bang,
bang, bang, finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, 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 finger bang, bang, finger bang, bang, bang.
While we're on the topic of finger bang, thanks to everybody that came out to my show in Willoughby.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
All right. How was that? Willoughby was a good
great.
time?
It's always a good time.
All right.
New owners over there at Garage Bar, and they're very, very, very good people.
Good.
The
Good
bartenders
turnout.
are still hot, good turnout, and great show. It was a lot of fun.
So with the new ownership, there was no turnover in the bartender situation?
No.
Okay. They were not like, we got to get some new honeys in here.
Right.
Okay.
And it's still the same manager that I've been working with for the past couple of years. So good stuff.
Alan, you guys should install bidets at work. That way the homeless people who come in will have clean butts and a free drinking fountain. Yeah, we don't get, for all the talk of homeless people in our bathrooms, I've never seen one. I mean, you'd have to get in this building first, and there's security, and there's locked whatever. I've never seen a homeless person in the bathrooms here. If they were getting in, I don't know where they'd be getting in from. Not to say that it doesn't ever happen, but I'm here a lot, most of every day, and I've never seen anything like that. But the drinking fountain, listen, I'm all for free drinking fountains. I don't think you should be charged one thin guilder for that to hydrate publicly. I got a break. You want to go see comedian Andrew Schultz? He is going to be doing the State Theater at Playhouse Square coming up on the 20th. I think he is the night before Sarah Silverman, and I will have tickets to see her later on. But Andrew Schultz on the Life Tour. That is Friday the 20th at Playhouse Square. I will hand those off to you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our
Now, like classic hard rock. Essential classic rock that was truly hard and heavy. AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search classic hard rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, we're going to go see comedian Andrew Schultz. He's on the road doing the Life Tour. That's the name of it. And he's going to get to Cleveland in about a week and a half. Friday, September 20th at the State Theater at Playhouse Square. It's a big weekend for comedy in Cleveland. PlayhouseSquare.org for the details. If you want to buy him, if you want to win him, be caller 10. 2 for Andrew Schultz right here. Good luck. I'll get my first pair this week. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for, well, if you want to see the pictures. Mary's out today. She might be back tomorrow.
You got to be a little more specific now because we're not posting the pictures on AlanCoxShow.com.
What do you mean?
Well, the live stream isn't there anymore.
But they click a link and go to it, yeah?
No, because I'm not posting those anymore.
I thought you were posting. So what are we doing at AlanCoxShow.com?
It's just the what's it called?
I don't know.
Podcast.
Oh, I thought there was a link to the live stream.
I mean, there's...
Where do I point people for the live stream?
YouTube.
The Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Why do we not have it on the... I assume this was some corporate website redesign?
Because I couldn't embed it there anymore, so it was just like posting a link and just... I was like, it's an extra step that I don't feel like needs to be taken if we can just say, watch it on YouTube.
I see. Okay.
So I don't know why they made it so that they've just tightened everything up.
Yeah.
And even the pictures that we own, they're just skittish about all that stuff.
Yeah.
They don't want anybody like saying that we're using anything.
Lawsuits.
Even though we own all that stuff, they only want us using Getty stuff, and I'm like, all right, whatever.
We can't use our own photo?
I didn't even know who to talk to ask.
I see.
So I'm just like, we're just not gonna worry about it.
I guess our show photos are old anyway, from like 5 years ago. Yeah. We all look so much better now.
All right.
But they really need to update them. All right, well, then don't go to AlanCoxShow.com.
I mean, go to AlanCoxShow.com, click around, see the contests, learn about the upcoming events, including Alan's Cox Out pregame.
Yeah, Cox Out pregame. They'll start on Sunday.
I got a Halloween costume contest that I'm going to be judging down Medina.
Oh, yeah?
I think that might be up there.
Okay.
Now, but
you going to dress up as werewolf Dolph Lundgren?
Werewolf Dolph Lundgren. No, I think we have an idea. The thing is, all my costumes have to be beard related. Like I got to do, or I got to wear a mask. So I got to figure out something. Because the one that my girlfriend and I talked about would require me to shave the beard, and I don't want to shave the beard.
Oh, understood.
I don't want to shave.
What was since you're not going to do it, what did she suggest?
She suggested us doing Uncle Fester and Debbie.
Uncle Fester? He's got no hair on his head.
Well, I could do a bald cap.
No, I understand that, but that's a really extreme suggestion for a guy with a beard and hair on his head.
We weren't going to do the one with we're going to do Uncle Fester when he's married to Debbie from Adam Family
with like
Values,
the bowl cut on his head,
with the bowl cut looking thing. Yeah, it's like
but you can't go back to that.
Well, I'd get a wig.
What about do they make bald caps for the chin?
Nah, I know of.
I mean,
it's just easier to just go with some version of a Dan or a John Goodman character.
Yeah. Dan Connor.
Yeah, Dan Connor. Usually,
every stupid fakakta detail that is available for Halloween costumes, and you're telling me they don't have a bald cap for a guy's face?
Not that I know of.
Wow. That to me seems like a really that's an egregious absence, boy. In the costume universe, if you can get any kind of costume you want, if you can't find it in a Halloween costume store, you can go online and probably find it.
Yeah. Maybe this year I'll be Walter from Big Lebowski.
You see what happens when you find a stranger in the Alps? Yeah, well, you just get yourself some, what do you wear, the sunglasses, right?
Yeah, sunglasses.
The military vest.
Yeah, military vest.
Cargo vest, whatever it is.
Walk around with a fake gun.
And so what would she have to put on, the Julianne Moore, like, Valkyrie outfit, or what would she wear?
I mean,
the metal horn and the breastplate, and
she could get a fake beard, because that's the thing you can do. You can do a fake beard, and she could be Lebowski, which I think she would love that. Or you know what would actually be a really funny costume for her is Donnie.
Just walk around with an urn in your arm and say that's Donnie.
Yeah, so we'll figure it out.
Okay, but it has to be both of you.
I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Right.
We don't have to do a couple's costume. I'm not. But I want to dress up in some way. I want to figure something out.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to do a costume contest, you have.
I mean, hosting it, yeah. So
yeah.
I'm not.
I mean, first
few
few years I was in Cleveland, we used to do costume contests downtown.
Yeah.
And they were a lot of fun. And but we don't do those anymore. I was Burger King Diamond one year, and I was Batman Zell, but that was at one of your parties. And I like punny costumes. But Werewolf Dolph Lundgren, that one is out there now, and I hope that someone uses it. Again, I don't even know. It would have to be maybe a werewolf mask, but the top cut out and like some Ivan Drago hair coming through the top. I don't know. You'd have to explain it all night, but that's a small price to pay if you have a pretty good costume.
My one friend suggested that she could be Jesus from... That'd be a good one.
From the Bible?
No, from...
The Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski.
Yeah. In that, like, purple jumpsuit. Onesie, yeah. Well, he got his own movie that nobody saw, but I really like John Turturro. I'll watch him in anything. I was watching a movie that I had never heard of. I was clicking around about a week or so ago, and I had never heard of this movie, and it had Philip Seymour Hoffman in it. So obviously, he made it before he died. So 2014, it's called God's Pocket. And I don't know what, it might have come up on one of those free streamers like Tubi or something. I don't know, but I'm clicking around, and it's one of those kinds of movies where I just like them from the jump, where it's a bunch of ne'er-do-wells, older guys, they're lifelong criminals. They're still trying to find a way to, rub two sticks together and get something to light up. They're in the neighborhood. There's a death. There's all kinds of chicanery. I had never heard of this movie before. Philip Seymour Hoffman, who I would watch do anything, R.I.P. Turturro, Richard Jenkins is in it from 6 Feet Under and 100 other things. Christina Hendricks,
ooh, I like
who her
a
cups
lot.
runneth over. She's gorgeous. Yeah, so it's like these low-life dudes who are trying to make something happen, and set in this, I think it's a town in New Jersey. Anyway, I had never even heard of the movie before, and I liked it a great deal.
What's it called?
It's called God's Pocket. And that's the name of the neighborhood that they all came up in, I guess. I'm sorry, it's not New Jersey, it's Philly, because the real life neighborhood in South Philly is called Devil's Pocket, and it was based on that. It's from a novel from the 80s, but it's based on that. But again, I'd never heard about it or seen it or anything, and I liked it a lot.
Yeah, crazy. Good cast.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to check that out.
Yep.
Looked it up on IMDb, which if you also go to IMDb and look up Bill Squire, we're getting famous.
Oh, is that where I couldn't tell, when you sent that to the group chat, I couldn't tell what the screen grab was. Or you posted it, I guess.
Well, I posted it, but it's also, it's now on IMDb. I don't have the information that I can share yet about when my special is listed on IMDb. It's one that I filmed at the Agora last year. But we don't have the announcements yet for where it's going to be released and all that stuff. But it's getting closer.
Oh, it's not on I thought it was on that IMDb streamer. Isn't that something now, like Fandango TV or something like that?
Probably, but it's just like listed on IMDb.
I see. This is the preamble.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, you know where it's going to be. You just can't tell us yet.
No, I still don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, okay.
They're still
haggling.
Yeah.
Is there haggling going on?
They're shopping it, whatever they want.
Yep.
Yeah. Trying to strike up a deal or something.
Okay.
But I like the poster. Looks cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's today's news. Bill Squire, we're getting famous.
Today's news.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that they have greenlit a Goonies sequel.
I saw that too.
With the original cast coming back. Now, I am on record. I don't consider it a hot take, but the vitriol I get from people of my generation and beyond when I tell them that the Goonies sucks. Didn't like it when it was new. Don't like it now. I think it stinks. However, I understand. I'm in the minority on that. And so there have to be a lot of people very excited. See, this is when your nostalgia comes back to bite you in the ass. Because everybody talks about how they want stuff coming back, right? Beetlejuice is out. Bill saw it, liked it. A lot of people did. A lot of people didn't.
Yeah, again, like it's not my favorite movie I've ever seen, but it was all right for, a fun little movie to see with my girlfriend.
Again, I don't think that people hold it to the same standard.
Right.
I don't think that's what it is. I think I think most people probably judge a movie based on its own thing. These Josh Brolin was like 16 when the Goonies came out. He was the oldest one in it. And 1985. So I was 14 years old. This was a movie made for me, and I never liked it. But a lot of people did. Huge movie. Steven Spielberg produced, Richard Donner directed it, and they said that they got the whole cast back. Now,
then you got Cyndi Lauper to do a new song for it?
This is great news for Corey Feldman, because this guy, he needed somebody to throw him a life preserver. Because you got Ki-Hai Kwan, right, who's had kind of a career resurgence.
Didn't he win an Oscar?
He did, for Everything Everywhere All at Once, I think. And but he was in that. I think The Goonies was after Indiana Jones, yeah? He was fresh off Indiana Jones when The Goonies came out.
They might have filmed pretty much back-to-back, though.
Sean Astin, who's all grown up, the Chunk Kid, and Corey Feldman. So this is great news for Corey Feldman.
The kid that played Chunk is an entertainment lawyer now.
Right.
So he hasn't really acted in anything in a long, long time.
I don't know if Sloth has passed away. I don't know if Sloth will be back. But, this is one of the, for a lot of people, this is one of the hallmarks of 80s kids cinema. The old lady, she's probably long gone, right? The old lady's dead.
She has to be.
Has to be, yeah. Chunk is not a chunk anymore. He's not a fat guy.
No.
I mean, it's like Sean Astin and Chunk switched bodies.
Yeah.
Because Sean Astin,
he's a chubby boy.
Yeah, he's an older guy now. He's, and he looks like it. Jeff Cohen is the name of the kid that played Chunk, but he's all grown up, and like Bill said, he's an entertainment lawyer now. But Josh Brolin is supposed to be in it, and John Matuzak played Sloth. I forgot about that. The NFL guy. He died.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he died a long time ago, actually. But he was under all that makeup, obviously. But John Matuzak had been in some other TV shows and things like that. But I am most excited for Corey Feldman to be, I just want to hear the stories from behind the scenes. You kids know the shorthand is BTS, not the boy band. But there's behind the scenes videos that are huge on social media, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to see the BTS vids from the Goonies sequel when they're shooting it. When Corey Feldman shows up every day to the set. And he's got the ponytail, and he's got the Michael Jackson thing, and he's entertaining the crew with his latest composition. Maybe he'll bring a couple of those angels with him, those girls who have the Victoria's Secret wings or whatever it is, his coterie of young ladies.
I don't think he's got those girls anymore. The band that he's been playing with, opening for Limp Bizkit, doesn't. It's not a bunch of girls like he used to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Corey's Angels anymore.
Oh, that's a bummer. Alan, the sequel is called The Gooners, and it's not for kids. I didn't see that. I see what they did.
Yeah.
Okay. That took me a second. I took them at their word. I thought they were giving me actual information. So, yeah, it's not for people who love that movie growing up, it probably will be exciting to see that movie. But is Martha Plimpton coming back? Oh, boy, I sure hope so.
Will.
Oh, one of Hollywood's most beautiful actresses, Martha Plimpton. I mean, there's nothing you can do about who your parents are.
They got the plimp.
The plimp. Keith Carradine was her father. And Shelley Plimpton, of course, was her mother, who was an actress herself and came from that Plimpton family. Hey, Richard.
Plimpton royalty.
Yeah.
Alan.
Hello.
Hey, so you're talking about the Goonie characters. So it's kind of a role reversal. Chunk is now skinny and Mikey is now fat.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I wonder how they're going to play that off to say, Chunk, you're not Chunk no more. And is Chunk going to call Mikey out for being fat?
Mikey was the Sean Astin character? Is that what?
Yeah.
I guess we'll just have to wait and
We're
see.
going to find out, Richard.
Yeah. So I think a lot of our childhood 80s shows are going to get started rebooting because of the success of Beetlejuice.
We'll see. I mean, again, Gen Xers probably, I can't speak for an entire generation. I can only speak for me, but I feel like Gen Xers don't care about having our IP rebooted. Millennials care. Gen Z, I mean, they're too young to have things rebooted yet, I guess. But it's like, if they don't, what are they going to take a bunch of 80s movies and reboot it? And do what? I mean, you're not going to remake Ferris Bueller. You can't remake, because you're not remaking it for that generation. You're remaking it for younger people who don't know the source material or care. So it's like, what are you going to reboot Weird Science? Like, these movies operate, they occupy a very specific place in pop culture.
I mean, they could reboot The Breakfast Club and now call it The Dinner Club.
Thank you, Richard. That Dinner Club bill meets at 4:30 in the afternoon now.
Hey,
because they're old. They are old.
In 40 years.
She had to have done a video for this too, right? Was there a video on MTV with her and the cast dancing around probably?
I don't know.
And Sloth probably cutting a rug with Cyndi Lauper.
I don't know
or
if they
something.
had started doing those kind of integrations yet in the 80s. I feel like that didn't start happening until like Batman.
Okay.
Like late 80s.
When Prince did all the music. And the Goonies. So this was the big standout song, but there had to have been other pop stars doing songs for the Goonies album. Luther Vandross, Philip Bailey, the Bangles, and REO Speedwagon. Oh, there you go. Hot stuff back then. I got to take a break here. I will have... Ooh.
No, in the Good Enough video, you got a lot of wrestlers in it. Like you got the Iron Sheik in it.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've actually seen this.
Because of her Captain Lou Albano connections, probably, from her videos?
I guess. Oh, but there are some Goonies references. It looks...
But none of the actors from the film, probably.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah. We're going to come back. I have $50 for it. A Pins Mechanical Company right there in Ohio City. The heart of it all on West 25th. Want to do some bowling? Want to have some pops? It's a good time over there. So $50 to get you up and running. I'll have tickets for you to see Sarah Silverman in a little bit. Her tour comes through Playhouse Square the 21st. And if you're a metal fan, I got those Testament and Creator tickets for you later on, too. 35192. Anything else you want to text me for, do it there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group. Shop over 10,000 vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Kowalski! Yeah, Coach. You gotta lead a winning drive all the way to a better love life.
I'm sorry, what now?
Your love life, son. Go on offense.
But I'm doing online dating.
Well, stop. Half of online daters lie on their profiles. Change the playbook to It's Just Lunch. Know how many of their members go on real dates? 100%. Now get back in the game.
You got it, Coach.
Change your dating game. Visit itsjustlunchcleveland.com or call 216-328-9026 today. It's Just Lunch. Connection awaits with guaranteed dates.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, they make it easy to care for growing minds and stomachs. And with their Deals for School Days program, you'll enjoy savings on thousands of items throughout the store. But don't wait. Featured items are only available at these low prices for a limited time. So stop in and stock up for the ultimate back-to-school pantry. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
want to get yourself to have some fun there in Ohio City. We'll get you over to Pins Mechanical Company, right there in West 25th. Your home for small balls and big libations. Good time. Get some old school fun over there. Pinsbar.com for all the details. I'll get you $50 to get you started over at Pins. Good luck. Caller 10, this is yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Summertime means beers, barbecues, and fishing the occasional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
I mean, summer's not over yet, man. We still got 10 days, maybe, by the calendar. And it's supposed to be in the upper 70s all week, low 80s. So the calendar might switch over. I don't know if it's going to make anything any cooler, but what are you going to do? Today, however, is the most it might be yours. I was reading today is the most common birthday in the United States. September the 9th. I don't know why that is. I didn't dig that deeply into it, but that's what it said. Had I cared further than that, I probably would have dug deeper into it, but I did not. The Guardians are in Chicago tonight to play the lowly White Sox. However, my White Sox did beat the Red Sox. It doesn't happen too often, so you literally have to celebrate those kinds of victories. The White Sox beat the Red Sox last night in Boston. They beat them. And they beat the Orioles in Baltimore after getting hammered by them in the first game of that series. So, yeah, it's way too much, way too late. White Sox are 33-1-11 right now, which, as we've established here and I've talked about ad nauseum, historically bad. Guardians are 81-62, top of the division. So Guardians still killing it. I would love to tell you that I think that the White Sox might grab one of these against Cleveland, but I have zero confidence in that. So I'll just tell you the game 1 of 3 tonight is at 7:40 here on MMS. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. The Guardians White Sox from Guaranteed Rate Field. There was that photo that went around, and I saw it, but even if I hadn't, so many of you sent me the photo of the White Sox home game where there were 98 people there. And I think it might have been a doubleheader. 98 people over the course of 2 of those games. Now, granted, weather didn't look awesome. Didn't look like a perfect day for a ball game. But there have been inclement weather days at Progressive Field. And obviously, you'll get a hell of a lot more people than just 98 people. So your mileage may vary when it comes to those. Alan, the reason today is the most popular birthday is because of the New Year's Day sex. This is Trevor. It's my birthday today. That's the reason I was given, because of New Year's Day sex. I mean, I will take your word for it. I mean, I know how the math works. I know it's coming out in January, but, you know, New Year's Day. Probably New Year's Eve, right? Probably not New Year's Day. Probably New Year's Eve. People ringing in the new year. But for it to fall on September 9th that frequently. So a lot of the end of the year, beginning of the year sex, sure. A lot of flipping the calendar fornication, as it were. That's all good. So thank you. Happy birthday, Trevor. Thank you, pal.
Happy birthday, Trevor.
Hey, guys. Dexter and Copley here. A couple things, Alan. I just heard that Super Bowl halftime show is going to be another rapper, Kendrick Lamar or whatever. And I'm just bummed out about that, you know, because NFL continues to drop the ball with the halftime shows. You know, it's like they didn't see Gojira's performance at Summer Olympics. What is so wrong with putting a rock band in the Super Bowl halftime show? Like Metallica, Foo Fighters, Living Colour, The Warning, Evanescence. These are just regular mainstream rock bands. And I like them all, by the way, but they won't even put those bands in there. It's always just some dumb rap garbage. And I just get tired of that. You know, everybody likes rap. We want to hear other things. You know, what happened to playing rock music at the halftime show? Someone said about that. And I can hit the post on Always by Atlantic Star Hate Show.
What did he say? Well, God, he goes so fast in the end of those. Thank you.
Always by who?
Can you hit the post on Always by Atlantic Star Hate Show?
Always by Atlantic Star.
Atlantic Star.
Wow,
okay.
that's Atlantic Star. Remember them? 100.7 WMMS. Brandon here from Atlantic Star. I don't know where they're from. I know there's about 19 people in this band. Brand new song here is called Always from the Buzzard.
Girl, you are to me.
You know, like the stuff that MMS used to play back in the day. You know, they had a Prince phase.
At
Thank
one
you,
point, I think the reason they're doing a lot more hip hop and stuff like that is Jay-Z helps produce the.
It's Jay-Z.
Yeah, it's like Rock Nation is producing the
He's
halftime.
the money man.
Yeah,
like that's all it is.
That's what it is.
And it's been like that 5-6 years ago. He signed a big thing with the NFL. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And again, Dex, I take your point, but when people go, "Oh, there are no rock bands," they're trying to get a different set of eyeballs on these halftime shows. I don't care who plays the halftime show because I'm getting more dip or something. Like I really don't care. I think Kendrick Lamar. I think they should bring Drake out with Kendrick Lamar.
Let him have.
That's what I think they should do.
Yeah.
There's only so much Chris Martin coming out to help we can handle. I don't know when this guy got to be the Zelig of popular music, but this Chris Martin, we just added him to the I Heart Festival.
That's a Coldplay guy?
Yeah, the Coldplay guy. Exactly. This guy comes lumbering out to provide melodies every halftime show.
One of my friends is a huge Coldplay fan, and he's like, you gotta see him.
I think
you gotta see him. I'm like, listen, I can't. Like, I don't know their songs.
I know
so seeing them
enough
live
of
is
their
not gonna be
songs.
like I know their hits, and I'm like aware of them, but they're not anything that like makes me go, "Now this is a good." Like they're fine.
I underestimated the enduring appeal of Coldplay from this last tour because I was like, really? They sold out like 2 nights at Soldier Field, like that kind of stuff.
No, I know they're huge.
I'm sure. Well, I was not, I guess, still aware of that, but I bet their show is probably great.
It probably is.
It's probably everything you would want. I just don't care.
But it's if you're not into the band, you're like, oh, that was fine. But I'm not gonna like walk away being like, now I love Coldplay because I can't even think of the last time I heard a Coldplay song.
I remember when my son.
I know he had a phase.
He had a Coldplay phase, and I was trying to get my kids into metal or something, and it didn't happen.
All right,
That's completely fine. But yeah, he had a 2 or 3 year period, boy, where it was just a Coldplay nonstop, and I was like, listen, it's not bad. I mean, Chris Martin is a creative guy. As a band, they're good. They just don't blow my skirt up. They just don't.
All right. I was watching Instagram this morning, and I saw a video where a guy was asking, "What's the best rock? Not your favorite, but what's the best rock song of all time?" And people kept saying "Hinder," which was hilarious, and that's why
I think they're probably trolling people,
a little
right?
bit. But what would your answer? You get to play someone. No, they've never heard any rock and roll. You have to play the best rock and roll song of all time. That's going to make them understand what rock and roll is. What song are you playing? What do you think is the best rock? Well, I don't know either, but I think we got to figure it out.
The best. I mean, it's all generational, right?
But is it? Because I feel like there's songs that transcend generations.
They do, but you have to be aware of them. If you were asked somebody,
that's what I'm saying. We're playing it for somebody that like an alien comes down and they're like, "Well, we heard about this thing called rock and roll, and we haven't heard any of it. What is this all about?" And then you have to play a song that is like the best rock and roll song of all time. What song are you playing for those aliens?
I don't know, because this is what I'm saying. Rock and roll, okay, take generation out of it.
Yeah.
Rock and roll means something different to me than it did to my parents.
Right.
My parents, hey, what rock song would you play for aliens? I'd play Bill Haley and the Comets' Rock Around the Clock. Okay, because that's what rock music was.
Yeah.
And Elvis. I'm like, that's not what I would think. If
now,
Mary
can you find something that encapsulates a little bit of that style, but it has a little bit more of a modern feel? That's going to be like, okay, this is
an update on Rock Around the Clock.
Well, not an update, but just something that still has some of those classic rock, or not even like oldies feel to it, but is a more modern version of that. There's so many songs to pull from.
I don't know. I mean, if Mary were here and we'd say, if you had to tell an alien what's the greatest rock song of all time, she'd say Fall Out Boy or something along those lines, right? Because that's where her brain would go.
Okay.
It would never occur to me. My brain would go to...
Mine's not going to anything that I particularly like. You know, I'm not going to play him Coheed because that's not representative of all rock and roll. I would probably go with something closer to, you know...
You mean something riff heavy?
Is it something a little
like Nickelback?
Riff-heavy? No, not even that.
Creed?
I would probably go... The one that popped into my head first was Come Together by the Beatles. But then that's a little too... I don't know. I don't want that one. I'm thinking something maybe by... I don't know, maybe Zeppelin or
See, Zeppelin
Sabbath.
is where my brain would... Zeppelin and Sabbath is where my brain would normally go. It would default to one of those bands.
Right.
If it was like, here's what rock music is, right?
Yeah, I think I'd probably go Immigrant Song by Zeppelin.
You'd say, hey, because they're aliens. I get it.
Yeah.
You'd say the Immigrant Song.
Yeah.
It's short. It wouldn't take them too long. MMS should start playing this. We don't... It's oldie but a goodie. So the aliens come down and this is what we play for them. Immigrant Song. Play that Karen O version from a movie a few years ago. Trent Reznor. Okay, so
they'd be like, well, what are the words about? And I go, I don't know. Who cares? It's just a good song.
It's about immigrants. Play the Karen O Immigrant Song. Remember that one?
I don't think I know.
Oh, it was for when they rebooted Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. It was Trent Reznor and Karen O, and it was really good.
All right, I got my buddy weighing in on this, and he's ready for this apparently.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear this version.
It was probably 10 years old by now, right? Remember Karen O from the Yeah Yeah Yeahs?
Yeah.
Big fan of hers and that band. And she did this with Trent Reznor. They put it in the trailer and everything.
She did. That is very Trent Reznor-y.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it a lot.
That's great. That's
for
great.
what you don't mess with it too much, right? You update it, but you're not doing a slow ska jazz version of it.
My buddy AJ said he just rattled them off. Johnny Be Good by Chuck Berry, but I'd want the Michael J. Fox version.
Mm-hmm.
Surrender by Cheap Trick. Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd. He said the best rock song of all time is Kid Charlemagne by Steely Dan.
A Kid Charlemagne is an amazing, amazing song.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a great song. I would play them. Does it have to be by the original artist?
No, it's just the best rock song of all time.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey!
Now we're talking.
All in our dista, I know they breaking the wall. All in our dista, I know they breaking the wall.
There you go. Go back to your home planet now. Thank you. We've answered the question. Yeah, I don't know. It just means so many things to so many people. That's why when people get worked up about who goes into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, you know, we have a little bit of fun with it, tossing that ball around, but who really cares? So the Super Bowl halftime show, Dex, I get it because he's a rock fan,
He
right?
is, yeah.
But when you rattle off names like, why don't they have a band like Evanescence? Like, I get where you're coming from, but Evanescence is not going to get eyeballs. Kendrick Lamar, I thought was kind of interesting. He's no doubt an artiste, but like, other than the Drake stuff, you know, To Pimp a Butterfly was like 10 years ago. That's when he really blew up. He won the Pulitzer Prize. Like, this guy was getting headlines. He is very short, Just physically, by the way, they got to do something there.
Yeah.
He's like 5'5". They got to do something for him there on at the 50-yard line. But
I'm sure he'll be on a stage.
I'm sorry?
He'll be on a stage.
Yeah, but even on that, I mean, you got to do something. So it's all Dex. It's all because of Jay-Z, because he's the guy that produces the Super Bowl halftime show. You would think that he would use it for a bit more than just a way to pimp his friends, but it's his thing. That's his partnership. Jay-Z is not out there going, I need to get Nickelback.
Yeah, right.
Right? I mean, you're trying to get different eyeballs on it, and you're going to have...
Creed did this reunion, and they should play the Super Bowl halftime show.
And the people who complain about it, like the old-timers, you're not going to put anything up there that's going to get them excited in the first place.
Well, they did that a few,
They've had rock bands and Stones and Tom Petty and, they've gone through all that.
Prince and who else? The Who?
Yeah. I mean, and again,
Foo Fighters would be a good halftime
Let's be real. The issue, Weird Al.
Weird Al's the best option. That's what, okay. Weird Al's cover of Dire Straits. That's the song that I would play. The Beverly
Money. Oh,
yeah, the Beverly Hills Hillbillies cover of
Money for Nothing.
Money for Nothing.
Yeah.
Move a movie star. Killer music video too. Welcome to Earth.
This is from the movie, yeah?
This is from UHF, yeah.
UHF, yeah. Remember this video? The original Dire Straits video was state-of-the-art animation and graphics. Now I get to it.
Look here, people, listen to my story. A little story about a man named Jed. You know something, that poor mountaineer. They say he barely kept his family fed. Now let me tell you, one day he was shooting. Old Jed was shooting at some food. When all of a sudden, right up from the ground.
You want to see him playing this during the Super Bowl halftime show?
I want to see him.
Saying.
I want to see
at
him.
The 50-yard line.
I want to see him playing this at the Super Bowl halftime show. I want this to be the first song that aliens hear. All of it, baby.
All right. Oh boy. You know, the original Dire Straits version had a gay slur in it. Remember that? It had the F word in it for a long time.
Yep.
It was still getting played on the radio. It was a long time before they finally edited that out for radio play. But back then, that word
the original
wasn't...
version would be a good one to play, too. That's up there. That's a great song. Under Pressure. That's a good one. Maybe Bohemian Rhapsody. If you want to go that route.
Yeah. Again, Bohemian Rhapsody is not one that would come to my mind as the epitome of a rock and roll song.
Right.
Rock and roll band.
Yeah.
But Bohemian Rhapsody.
Right, so you're playing a Queen song for an alien. What song do you play?
I'm playing Hammer to Fall, baby.
Hammer to Fall. Okay, that's a good one.
Yep.
I'll probably play Don't Stop Me Now.
Or Stone Cold Crazy. That's a great Queen song. We Will Rock You. Okay. I mean, we're also...
I don't want to scare them off. I don't want them to think we're trying to fight. I'm trying to... keep things peaceful.
We're all so numb to these songs because we've heard them so many times.
Yeah. But imagine you're an alien just hearing it for the first time. You're like, ooh, this is fun.
That's what I'm saying. You kind of have to try to listen to it with new ears.
And clapping?
Yeah, maybe that would freak them out.
That one might be a little aggressive.
Hard to say. You'd have to think that any species that could manipulate time and space to the point where they could come and see us, they would be advanced to such a degree that they would be able. They wouldn't even have to ask. They'd read our minds, and they'd say, "What is the greatest rock song of all time?" Of course, it's More Than This by Roxy Music, but I don't necessarily know that that's the one that would come to a lot of people's minds. you were to ask me,
That's why I asked you.
I'd say, of course, More Than This by Roxy Music. But it's that's probably why you shouldn't send me to meet the aliens. They might not dig on Brian Ferry.
Right. They're going to be like, oh, no, it's a gay planet.
You son of a bitch. Say, get the hell out of here. Little Brian Eno.
Yeah.
Brian Ferry. Oh, come on.
Great song. I don't know if this is the
More
first
Than
one. I feel like this one they got to hear on their own. I feel like you can't play this for them because
All
they're
right.
going to be like, I need to have a little more oomph.
What
than
if they
this.
like their rock a little...
If they're goth aliens, play it.
A little glittery.
Yeah.
A little poppy.
Little glittery, a little gothy, whatever.
A little early 80s dancey. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah.
What's up, Ryan?
Not too much.
Ryan's going to tell us how to deal with aliens.
Well, you play in Thunderstruck.
All right.
Okay.
I would play that before I play this. I'll tell you that much. I don't want
no.
Then you can do the Thunderstruck drinking game with the aliens, and they're going to be having a good time right off the bat.
Uh-huh. What's the Thunderstruck drinking game? You do a shot every time they say thunder?
Every time they say, like, someone's drinking now, and then, like, it goes around the bar, and you have to, every time they say thunder, the next person drinks. So
the next person drinks.
Yeah.
I see.
They got to have a big drink.
That's in the intro, or that's for the duration of the song?
It's for the duration of the song.
All right.
Yeah.
Because, boy, they say thunder a lot.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's why you play with a bunch of people, and it goes all around the bar.
I see.
So
all
there's,
right.
now you're drinking. Now I'm drinking.
Now you're drinking. What if just two people?
You get really drunk.
Probably not much of a drinking game with two people.
Right. Well, you got all these aliens. It's a big party to try and introduce the aliens to rock and roll.
What if it's like the movie Signs, where they can't drink water or they can't... spoiler alert.
Oh, we shouldn't be drinking water anyway when we're doing Thunderstruck.
I mean, any kind of liquid.
Oh, well.
Like they can't...
then they've been defeated.
I guess so. Defeated by rock and roll, as it were.
Oh, that's a great... That's the next movie. Okay, reboot Signs.
Defeated by rock and roll.
But instead of water kills the aliens, rock and roll kills the aliens.
There you go.
Now we're talking.
There you go. God gave rock and roll to you, according to Kiss, and we gave it to the aliens to kill them. All right, I have
some Kiss wouldn't be too bad to play for them.
No, play some rock and roll all night.
Yeah, a little rock and roll all night.
Party
Detroit
every
Rock
day.
City.
There you go. All right, I got to take a break here. Those Sarah Silverman tickets. She is doing Playhouse Square in about a week or so. The 21st. That's Saturday night there at the State Theater. So if you're a fan, boy, I am, I will have those tickets for you on the way back. 35192. Text for anything else. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We're less than 2 weeks away from our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
The biggest headliners in live
All right, want to go see comedian Sarah Silverman. She's on the Post-Mortem Tour, and that brings her to Cleveland Saturday night, September the 21st. She's doing the State Theater at Playhouse Square. Love Sarah. PlayhouseSquare.org for all the info. Call her 10. These tickets are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Still waiting to hear back if I'm going to have Sarah Silverman on the show. I know she's very busy. I'd love to talk to her. Pick her brain a little bit. But I will have those tickets for you all this week. Also, the Testament and Creator co-headlining tour. That's October 1 at the Agora. That's who I'd play for Aliens who came down. Okay. I'd play them Testament and Creator and Possessed. And I'd say, here's what we're dealing with down here, Aliens.
Can you handle
it? Guardians, tonight. Speaking of handling it, I have no reason to think that they won't manhandle my Chicago White Sox. And so the bloodshed will begin tonight at 7:40, live from Guaranteed Rate Field on the Chicago South Side. 7:10, right, is when Guardians Live pregame coverage will begin. They'll play them again tomorrow and Wednesday before the Guardians come home for a 4-game stretch against the Tampa Bay Rays. And then end of the month, end of the regular season. Only about a dozen games left. But the Guardians still looking good. So 7:40 tonight on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us on the app, tell me where you do that. Jordan listens in Carnegie, PA. Sherry is in Golden, Colorado. Jeff listens in Woodstock, Georgia. Greg is one of our bureau chiefs in Canada. He's in Temagami, Ontario. And Jamie is in Allen, Texas. I also heard again from Erica. She is our single bureau chief in Florence, South Carolina. And she was like, hey, check this out. There's a dude, you know, you hear about these kinds of stories all the time. We're talking about that documentary Chimp Crazy over there on HBO and Tiger King, and there's no shortage of documentaries about people who keep wild and exotic and dangerous pets. And when you F with the bull, you get the horns. A guy right there in Florence had posted on Facebook how he had gotten this very, very rare snake. And he was very proud of it. A snake called an inland taipan, which is a very, very venomous snake. And apparently there were a couple of snake blogs that posted. They were like, hey, right after he posted this video, he got bitten.
Oh, no.
And the small town where he lives, this Florence, South Carolina, I don't know how small it is, but it's not New York City, right? You might not have access to all of the medical care that you would need in an emergency. And so then his family started posting on Facebook, hey, we're in desperate need of anti-venom. And our local hospital doesn't have it. So this guy owns a bunch of illegal snakes. This venomous one bites him. I mean, I guess if you're trafficking in this kind of stuff,
it's probably good to also have the anti-venom.
Well, it's good to have the anti-venom, but if you don't, I don't know why these people assume nothing bad is going to happen to them. I don't think the guy's going to die or anything, but and plus, that's when you get all your animals taken away, because they're going to come out and they're going to be like, well, we got to make sure there's no threat to public safety.
Right.
Animal control took 14 snakes and 1 domestic cat.
Even the cat?
Even the cat. Yeah. Well, maybe the cat was in one of the snake's stomachs.
Oh.
I don't know. Maybe that was just, it was carrying cargo. I don't know. But they found 14 venomous snakes in total. And imagine going on Facebook and going, oh, hey, my family needs medical help. Because if there's any place you can get solid medical information, it's by posting to Facebook and then letting the replies just flood in.
Yeah, guide you to health.
Get yourself some ivermectin. You got a snake bite? Why don't you just rub some motor oil into it? Who knows what responses they were getting from that. But they took the guy to the hospital, and I think he's going to be okay.
It's unknown today after authorities say he went to the hospital after being bitten by his own venomous snake. It happened on the 800 block of East Marion Street Friday morning. Police say they have since learned that the man had a collection of venomous snakes. After they searched his home, they found a total of 14 snakes and 2 domestic cats.
They're basically telling you what I told you, but yeah, listen, man, these people that want to have these pets, I don't understand it, but
I just love it.
He had a green mamba. Now, you herpetologists are going to know all about this. I don't know snakes. Green mamba, 2 gaboon vipers, 1 fer de lace, 1 death adder. I'm more of a black adder man myself, but 1 eastern diamondback rattlesnake, 2 black forest cobras, 2 adult rattlesnakes, 2 tropical rattlesnakes.
Okay.
1 small rattlesnake, and 1 inland taipan, which was the very venomous snake that bit this guy. So anyway, thank you, Erica, our bureau chief right down there in Florence, South Carolina. I love hearing what's going on with the bureau chiefs in their respective neck of the woods. This guy, you know, because the hospital near you is probably going to have anti-venom for if there's a poisonous snake. That is not uncommon to where you live.
Right.
I don't know
Something
how
more indigenous.
Yeah, I don't know if there are indigenous poisonous snakes around here.
I think like water moccasins are poisonous.
Are those poisonous?
I think so.
All right.
Copperhead snakes, I think,
All
are
right.
poisonous.
Again, I don't know snakes. I don't have a fascination with them. I remember my grandmother, God rest her soul, she was terrified of snakes. She couldn't even look at a photo in a book of a snake.
Well, that's
She'd
stupid.
flip out. That's why I used to tell her. I go, Grandma, you're so stupid.
You're so stupid, Grandma.
Stupid, Grandma.
Dumb.
She would just call me names all the time.
Boner.
What, Grandma?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
I love you. Yeah. So she would get, boy, I'd call her stupid, and she would get so upset at me. Right in my face. Grandma.
A bunch of assholes.
Grandma. Language. But, yeah, this guy with his snakes. Well, I had some sperm news I wanted to whip on everybody. Where'd my sperm news go?
I don't know where you put it.
Sperm news.
You know, because of Donald Trump, everybody got hip to the Latin phrase quid pro quo. And so, you know, people might have heard that phrase before, but maybe they weren't quite sure what it meant. But I was reading about a California state senator. This is a woman who switched parties a little while ago, and given her behavior, it probably made sense. She's like, well, I got to become a Republican because once this becomes, I'm going to need people on my side once all this nastiness comes to light. A state senator there in California named Marie Alvarado Gil, she was making her chief of staff do all kinds of sexy things to her to keep his job when they would travel. This was a married guy who worked as her aide, a guy named Chad Condit, who, I don't know why now, but he filed a lawsuit against her last week, claiming that she pressured him on dozens of occasions to perform sex acts on her when they traveled for work. Now, I don't know of a better word, but I still love when they say perform sex acts, because it puts a little showbiz into it.
Yeah.
You know? Like when a doctor performs surgery. I mean, that's not the place. That's not the place to get all wild, but you do realize that as called an operating theater, and I don't think that that's coincidental. They're performing surgery. She demanded that her former chief of staff would perform sex acts on her. Now, apparently the reason
Don't just do it, perform it.
Oh, put a little into
jazz
it.
Hands, jazz hands.
Yeah. When she was
what did I tell you? Poise counts.
It's just as important as everything else. He said that it left him riddled with back and hip injuries. So now I want to know. I want to see this filing board because it's in the filing where things are going to get specific. He didn't mention anything about jaw injuries, which are really the ones you got to watch out for. If you're getting TMJ in the performing of your sex acts, you just got to take a little bit better care of yourself. Chew more gum. Keep those muscles supple. This guy has back and hip injuries because of his time working. You know, even at the state level, once you've gotten yourself a job in some kind of political machine, a lot of people will do just about anything to stay in there because they're trying to climb their way up the ladder, which is probably one of the things she asked him to do. He said he relented and performed these acts on his boss over the years in order to protect his job. Now, it doesn't say, it only describes him as married. It doesn't say if he's married to a man or a woman. And that would change this quite a bit because that's going to determine his skill level. These are skills-based competitions. And so even though she was putting...
Well, it sounds like it was a high skill level if he's got back and like he's got injuries.
Yeah, but that may be if he's a gay man married to another man, maybe he didn't quite understand what she wanted him to do, and so he overextended himself. He was putting himself at great risk.
Yeah, I guess so.
He said that he suffered debilitating back injury because he had to twist and contort to perform oral sex on the senator in a car. In a car. Did you get a room? He ended up with 3 herniated discs and a collapsed hip. What the? I really need to see a diagram of what he was doing.
Collapsed hip is not. I didn't know that was a thing that could collapse.
We've all, I think it's probably fair to say,
we've all fooled around in a car.
We've all done this in a car. Now, unless you're driving like a smart car.
And they're probably getting economy cars, so maybe like a Nissan Sentra.
Or get a driver and put the window up. You sit in the back.
But then
economy cars. Yeah. You got a Nissan Sentra back there? We got a long trip coming. And you think after the first couple of times, when she makes it abundantly clear what the quid pro quo is going to be, he would say to her, could we at least get a sedan?
Yes.
Could we at least
a
rent
crossover, something? Yeah.
5th row seating, please. He started using his back injury as an excuse to reject her advances, but she retaliated and wrote him up.
Ooh.
Handed in a disciplinary letter with accusations of inappropriate behavior. Again, this is all he said, she said at this point. But he said that she retaliated against him when he said, I can't get down there anymore because my back hurts.
My back hurts.
My back hurts. I've got 3 herniated discs, and I'd like to not herniate any more of my discs. For me, 3 is the maximum number of herniated discs I would like. And I would also like my other hip to not collapse.
Oh, your
fingers? What the hell is a collapsed hip?
I don't know. Oh, your fingers hurt? Well, now your back is going to hurt because you just pulled oral sex in a car duty.
Yeah. A collapsed hip can be caused by a number of conditions, including osteochronosis of the hip and a hip fracture. All right, well, maybe he had an undiagnosed condition.
She must have been whipping around and
That's what
bucking
I'm
her
saying.
hips and doing all sorts of crazy
just put
stuff.
The seat back. What, did he have to get under the steering column? Was he leaning over the gear shift? I mean, there are ways that you can hurt yourself doing this kind of stuff, but if it's going to become a regular thing and you're trying to keep your job, I mean, the whole thing's gross. Yeah. But if you're, listen.
By the way, Alan, if this is what I have to do to keep my job, I'm just going to resign in shame.
You won't be in shame, though. It'll be fine. So who knows what was going on? He says that he was fired in December after making it repeatedly clear. Now, again, not that it really matters, but as a guy, as a visual person, a visual stimulus, she's not a terrible-looking woman. It's not like she's some 85-year-old crone. I don't know how old she is, but, you know, I guess if you had to have a quid pro quo with somebody.
Not the worst.
Nope. And so he finally laid down the law and told her that he was going to have back surgery. And he said that that's when he was fired. That she was just flexing her power.
Yeah.
And,
among other things.
Among other things, that's right.
Why were you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy?
Mm-hmm. She ain't that little girl anymore.
No.
Yeah, he portrayed her as, out of all of those stories, he described her as erratic and controlling. Not erotic. Erratic, yes. And that she inflicted sexual domination on him. Now, this guy, her aide, if you are old enough to remember, his name is Chad Condit. You are probably too young, William, to remember a guy named Gary Condit, who was his father. Gary Condit was a politician there in California for a long, long time. And he was the guy who was front page news about 25 years ago because there was an intern named Chandra Levy that he was having an affair with, and she disappeared. And they went to him as a person of interest. Remember the Chandra Levy case?
It sounds familiar.
They found her skeletal remains about a year later, but she was, and this was not that long after Clinton Lewinsky, right? That was the mid-90s. This is their early aughts. Gary Condit, Chandra Levy, by the way, from Cleveland, Ohio.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah, represent.
I should say she was born here. I think she grew up in California, but born in Cleveland, Ohio. And she was a young girl. I don't even think she's 25 yet. But they went to this guy and they were like, hey, what happened? Because it came to light that they had been fooling around. And there was some miscommunication with the police. There's a whole thing. But going back by 25 years, the Chandra Levy case was on X. She was an attractive white girl. And you know the kind of coverage they get.
Oh, so much coverage.
So much coverage. And so Gary Condit's son, ironically, finds himself in this situation with another California senator where let's TLDR this, her demands of vigorous automobile oral sex that this guy couldn't navigate, he couldn't Jenga himself into a way that would keep him from a collapsed hip and 3 herniated discs. I mean, again, we've all been in that situation. And I never had a collapsed hip.
No.
You ever collapsed a hip?
No.
No.
Also, it seems like he just couldn't get the job done either. Seems like it was taking so long that she wasn't able to get there.
Right.
So,
and she got mad.
Yeah.
She's what do you call it? She's mechanical bullying him. And this guy gets hurt. Well, I hope he wins his case because nobody should be subjected to that.
Right.
But anyway, there's a little bit of sperm news for you. Sperm news. I've got to take a break. I will have those Testament and Creator tickets for you a little bit later on. They are on a co-headlining tour that will bring them to play the world-famous Agora. If you dig either of those bands, they got Possessed opening for them, too, which is awesome. It's October 1 at the Agora. So we'll do this later on. Want to text for anything, 35192. Listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Cleveland Metropolitan School District. The future of CMSD starts here.
Hey, it's
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
A lot of people probably remember this. Was this in Austin Powers? This is Sergio Mendes. A song called Mas Que Nada. This was like the biggest song he had. He had a lot of hits over the years. Sergio Mendes died last week. He had a couple of like hits, songs he wrote that other people sang in the 80s, I remember. But his band Brasil 66 was a big deal in the 60s, and he got signed by your friend
Herb Alpert.
Mm-hmm. So I always closely associate Sergio Mendes with Herb Alpert, A&M Records.
I believe he played this song at when I saw him last year.
When you saw Herb Alpert?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sergio Mendes and Brasil 66 was his band. You know who else just died? Did you see that email?
No.
James Earl Jones died.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not see that. Oh, no.
Breaking news. James Earl Jones, who died, he was 93 years old. This is a guy who said he wanted to... said he wanted to act for as long as he possibly could. Of course, Darth Vader. And
God needed a new voice.
The Lion King. And... yeah, they're pimping that. When I took my daughter to see Inside Out 2 yesterday, on the front of those kids' movies, they're really hammering that new Lion King iteration. It's just called Mufasa. And I don't think that they, unless there's a cameo or something, I don't know that James Earl Jones' voice is in that. It's one of those kind of like CGI live action looking things.
Yeah.
But James
he
Earl
did the voice of Mufasa in the live action, the Jon Favreau one. Wasn't that Jon Favreau?
Maybe. Did he?
With yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he still did Mufasa's voice.
But that's when he was like this new version is
He's
I
a
think
kid.
when Mufasa is a child. Yeah.
He's a youngin.
A youngin. Holla back, youngin. James Earl Jones, gone at 93, died this morning in his home in upstate New York. He was an EGOT winner. There aren't a lot of those. That's the Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony. A stage actor. Easily most famous, probably to multiple generations, as the voice of Darth Vader. And if you've ever seen the videos of David Prowse doing the lines, because he wanted to do the voice too. David Prowse was the actor who was in the Darth Vader costume. And so when they were shooting Star Wars, he wanted to do the voice, but he had this like thick British accent, and it didn't exactly instill fear in anybody, but he would do the lines, and then eventually James Earl Jones would dub them. But if you've never seen that video of him acting with Carrie Fisher doing the voice, it's pretty wild.
We're on a diplomatic mission. Start tearing this ship apart piece by piece until you find those tapes. Find the passengers of this vessel. I want them alive.
Yeah, they did the right choice there.
He wanted to be Darth Vader.
Yeah.
So David Prowse, a very tall British actor who was inside the Darth Vader suit. Widely regarded among the world's great stage and screen actors, James Earl Jones. One of the few actors to get that EGOT. Dr. Strangelove, one of his first films. I haven't seen that in a long time. I was clicking around over the weekend, and Dr. Strangelove came up, and I was like, that's a bit of a commitment, but I would like to watch it again. I didn't remember James Earl Jones in that. But, of course, Darth Vader. Every time Darth Vader would come up, they had to have James Earl Jones. He was in the Jon Favreau one, too. He was born in 1931 in Arca Butler, Mississippi.
Arca Butler?
Maybe one of you Mississippi bureau chiefs can tell me if I'm slaughtering that name. Arca Butler, Mississippi. Of course, when I was a kid, the first time I saw, because I don't know that I didn't know James Earl Jones was the voice of Darth Vader when I was a kid, but when I was like 10 or 11, I thought of James Earl Jones as the bad guy from Conan the Barbarian. He played a character named Thulsa Doom in the first Conan movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he had like this long wig on. Remember Thulsa Doom in the first Conan movie?
Yeah.
He was the bad guy in that. He was the king in Coming to America.
Yep.
He was in The Hunt for Red October.
Take me to the Waldorf Astoria.
Yes. He was in The Sandlot.
Yeah. Why don't you just knock on the door? I'd have got it for you.
He was in The Simpsons. I mean, you know, that voice took him so many places that, what?
I just texted to some friends that James Earl Jones died, and he replied, he must have watched the Browns yesterday.
James Earl Jones, closet Browns fan. Yeah. I saw Deshaun Watson caught another body.
Yeah, he sure did.
Oh, boy.
You've made an old jazz man happy, Lisa.
You must avenge my death, Kimba. I mean, Simba. Luke, I am your father. This is CNN.
Will you guys pipe down? I'm saying goodbye to Lisa.
We're sorry.
Mm-hmm. There you go. So James Earl Jones, one of the greats, gone. A rough year for those older actors. Donald Sutherland died, and James Earl Jones.
They're all pretty old.
I mean, they all live long lives. Yeah.
Long, and they worked pretty much up until the end. So,
I mean, James Earl Jones had been doing live theater up until a few years ago. So,
how old is Morgan Freeman?
Morgan Freeman is
like 86 or
probably.
I think he just had a birthday the other day.
Is he still dating his granddaughter or something like that? June 1st, he turned 87.
87. Okay.
Yeah.
He's got to be on watch.
Somebody keep your eyes on Morgan Freeman. So Sergio Mendes, now James Earl Jones.
Must have been a meme that I saw because I think it said like he was 83, and the reply was, "This dude's been 83 my entire life."
Mm-hmm. Yep. Deshaun Watson has a new case.
Yeah.
Deshaun Watson is sued for sexual assault and battery. Now, this can't be a new, I should say, a recent situation. These are just people still coming out. And
from what I read, it's from 2020 or 2021, but it's still within the statute of limitations for Texas. Same lawyer as before. And I feel like the Haslam's just called him up and was like, "Hey, you got any more of them sexual assault allegations?"
Well, I was going to say, like, I wonder.
We need out of this.
I wonder why.
Wait till now.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I mean, if as long as you're within the statute of limitations, I mean, there's nothing saying that you shouldn't do that, obviously. But I'm always curious. I don't know how that works out. This is another masseuse?
No, this was a date.
Oh.
This was a date, but he asked, so.
Filed under Jane Doe.
Yeah, filed under Jane Doe. She invited him over. They're going on a date. He came in while she was finishing up her makeup and allegedly got on her bed, got naked, then he asked her to massage his butt.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, "What, your back?" And he's like, "No, my butt."
Could you massage my butt?
I didn't get through reading all of it, but it's not looking good. But it also seems like something literally like the Haslams are like, "Hey, can you release another case so we can get another suspension here so we can void this contract and get out of this situation?"
October 10th, 2020, Watson, per the lawsuit, was initially unable to find her apartment. She contends that he called her and allegedly began screaming and stating he could not find her apartment and that he, quote, doesn't have time for this. But I guess he found time. And so it says Watson, trying to ease the tension from his angry outburst.
Sorry.
And lying naked on her bed, face down on his stomach. All right. So you're lying there face down on your stomach. Do you push it behind you so it's there between your legs when you're lying on your stomach?
I guess so.
Do you flip it up so it's under your stomach?
I don't know exactly how he's...
I don't
know. This isn't something I've ever been like, "Hey,
You've never pulled that move, have you?
No.
Walked in.
No, I'm not.
Walked in on. I mean, I've done some wild things in my single days, right?
Yeah.
Walking in while she's in the bathroom,
Getting
ready for your first date. I mean, this is not a blind date, obviously. She knew who he was. Yeah. This is the time when he was with the Texans, yeah?
Yep.
So he's a really rich, famous football player by that time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So people know who he is, and it's. But word had not got around that this was his particular peccadillo or what? I mean,
it wasn't.
The guy has a problem with.
Yeah.
Okay. Lying face down on the stomach, turned his head, gesturing to his buttocks. Right. So he's not a good gesturer either, because she thought he was pointing to his back, like he said. He meant no, my buttocks. Wow. He began. She tried to rub his back. He began insisting that she focus on his focus on his glutes. He then turned over, revealing an erection, is what the article says. But man, I don't know. From the jump, I don't understand that kind of thought process, even when regular everyday dudes do stuff like this, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're out with a girl and you start to apply like 140 foot-pounds of pressure to the back of her head.
Right.
Like, I don't get that either. I don't understand any of that kind of stuff. But we've all learned more details than we ever wanted to know about what this guy's issue is. And so when they start throwing you the details, then our brains are always looking for patterns, right?
Right.
I just don't get. Did it ever work? I mean, we're hearing about the people, either the professional masseuses or whatever. Masseuse? I don't know.
Massisai?
I don't know what the. Yeah. He then turned over, revealing an erection. So he was lying on his boner. I don't know. So it's all gross.
Yeah.
So do you think, are you being cynical about it? Do you think this is by design because there are...
I'm being kind of cynical about it, but also, who knows?
Yeah.
He doesn't look like a quarterback you want to pay $40 million a year for 3 more seasons. And you can't cut him. You need a situation where you can void that contract.
But before this, was he just being accused in these other cases of getting a masseuse to try to rub him off?
Not just this
is a rape beef.
Yeah.
Okay, what she's describing here is rape.
This is further than anything else. Like the other ones were like he was just really like aggressive and like they would like agree to it, but it was at like his like he was very like, hey, you're gonna do this kind of
this
thing.
Woman is describing a full-on rape.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, listen. You know how we complain, and this is a terrible analogy, but it's the only one that comes to my mind. When we complain about how frequently the advertisements interrupt our segments on the iHeartRadio app, that it's almost like we're cursed or they're doing it on purpose. It's like the Browns. Am I the first person to ever call the Browns cursed, Bill? Probably, right? I mean, probably the first person to ever.
I mean, they've been so successful.
Yeah. The biggest difference, there it is, the very last line of this article, between the latest case and others, is that Watson specifically is accused of sexual assault.
Yes.
Okay, there it is. So, I mean, I don't know. It would make a lot of people happy if the Browns are able to wash their hands of this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But even, let's say he was killing it. I mean, this, getting out from under, I should rephrase, getting out of this whole mishigas with him, this is the best case scenario for the team, is if he looks like he's crapping the bed. If he was out there killing it, they'd be having high-level meetings of every shape and color, trying to figure out, well, how can we, I mean, Tyreek Hill, they put him on his stomach in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
And he's
for speeding.
For speed, yeah. He's like, I don't know. Yeah. And then he, he scored an 80-yard touchdown. There's no connective tissue between the two of those cases, obviously. No. I'm just saying that, So, well, listen. I would not want to be the person in the organization having to have meetings on these situations. Having to talk to these women or whatever. Oh, these poor women. Jesus. I literally don't know anything about this guy other than this is what I know about this guy, right? I didn't watch him play. This is what I know about the guy. What he's being accused of. So now they have to contend with this now. They just filed this today?
Yeah.
This woman just filed
literally,
today?
I think, broke. This is still the first place it's been reported.
Yeah. Yeah.
4:02. So this has been a little over an hour.
Yep. Alan, my boyfriend tried to do that thing on me, and my neck was sore for 3 days. The pushing down in the head?
Mm.
Wow. If
guys,
I
have to push down, then I know that
yes!
I'm not into it.
If she's that resistant. Yeah. Guys, there are women who love to do that under the right circumstances. You just got to create the right circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's gross. It's all gross. So, R.I.P. James Earl Jones.
Right, what a segment.
R.I.P. the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation. Well, people were screaming for Jameis Winston yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And now everybody's going to be screaming for that guy. Is he the real deal? Is he getting long in the tooth?
He's
got his own issues, right?
He's not Deshaun Watson. So that's
Deshaun Watson's not even Deshaun Watson right now.
Right.
To hear people tell it. So, all right. Hello.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango.
Yes.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Goddamn Clem Fandango. Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. Why didn't he leave me alone? Just when I think I've finally shaken him, and he comes right back. Well, all right. Well, it's going to be fun times over there at Browns HQ.
Right.
As if they weren't already. You worry about the X's and O's, and now you got to worry about all kinds of other stuff. Even during COVID, they had trouble with him, right? They were like, oh, this guy won't do it. Everybody was trying to kind of lay down their rules and regulations, and
no.
He was running afoul of those, I think, at the time.
No, because this apparently happened during then, but he was sitting out a season because he didn't want to play for the Texans anymore because they were so bad.
Oh, that's what it was.
And so something like that.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. Okay, I've got to take a break here. I will have those Testament and Creator tickets for you. If you're a fan of our metal show, 2 hours to midnight, this is going to be right up your alley. A Testament and Creator, great Canadian metal from the latter. Co-headlining, they got Possessed on the bill with them, too. It is the night after... Wait, hold on. No, it's not. Sorry. Wrong month. October 1. I was thinking November 1st, right after Halloween. October 1st. At the Agora. It's a Tuesday night. I will have those tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app.
All right, metalheads, line up. This is going to be a good show. If you've joined us at all for 2 hours to midnight on Saturday nights, this will blow up your skirt. It is a Testament, co-headlining with Creator, little Bay Area thrash, little Canadian legends, special guest Possessed, who I don't think have gone out in a long time. It's all going to go down Tuesday, October 1st at the world-famous Agora. You can go to axs.com for the details. Maybe I'll see you there. Testament, Creator, Possessed. It's a hat trick. For caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city. Cleveland! But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We got preempted this past Saturday night by Guardians baseball because they were doing a West Coast games. But we will be back this Saturday night, 10 o'clock. 2 hours to midnight is our metal show. So 10 to midnight. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler all come together in a triumvirate of unholy metal domination, admiration, and whatever else. So a lot of good stuff lined up for you this coming Saturday night. Spearbox dropped a brand new track, so I'll throw that in for you. We'll play some, you ready, Bill? Pungent Stench.
Let's go.
Are you down with Pungent Stench? Because we're going to play them. Going to play Altered Perceptions. Some kids from Chicago. Crown Magnetar, a band that puts its knee on your neck and never lets up. A lot of good stuff. So Saturday night, 10 to midnight, is our metal show here on The Buzzard. Your Guardians, speaking of kids from Chicago, the Guardians will be playing the White Sox in Chicago tonight. That is a 7:40 start, game 1 of 3. 7:10 is Guardians Live pregame coverage all this month. You can use the promo code GUARDIAN. We're only about a weekend. At CLE Clothing Company. All September long, Guardian will get you 20% off whatever you buy. It's not selected items. There's not a maximum number of times you can use it every month. Whatever that promo code is, whatever you want to get, whether it's something with the word Cleveland on it or MMS merch, it'll all be there for you. Just use Guardian this month for 20% off. And then Sunday, we get back to the Cox Out pregames. When the Browns are on the road, that's when we all get to hang out. With Bud Light, I will meet you at the Parma Tavern this Sunday from noon to 2. This season, we're doing the Bud Light Football Face-Off Tournament, which means you could get to Vegas and possibly New Orleans for the big game. You know what that big game is, Bill? It's the biggest football game of the year.
Oh.
And it happens.
Man United.
It happens. Not footy.
Oh, not footy.
American football.
Gotcha.
So our first Cox Out pregame is going to be Sunday, noon to 2, Parma Tavern. Be there, or if you're not, you won't be there. But I'd sure like to see you.
Nobody deserves, sexual assault by any means. But I
like any message that begins with a qualifier that nobody deserves sexual assault. That is a good start. I don't care if you're on the phone with somebody. I don't care if you're having a one-on-one conversation with somebody. When you preface anything with, nobody deserves sexual assault, it's a good start. Just don't follow it up with a but.
Hey, Alan. Nobody deserves, sexual assault by any means. But I also
Bill, where's this going?
Hey,
Al,
taking one for the team.
Nobody
I don't know.
deserves,
it's gonna be bad.
Sexual assault by any means. But I also don't know when it became so accepted to blatantly gold dig and almost, brag about it and be proud about it. It's really gross. Everything's gross. I can't really take it anymore. Take it easy.
Okay, so he's talking about two different things here. When did it become so socially acceptable to secure your bag? But that's not what this is.
Yeah, this is a Jane Doe. This isn't someone bragging about anything.
Right. Yeah, those strike me as two separate things. These are women who don't want their names out there. But listen, gold digging, by the way, just as a way of life, it's not a new development. I mean, there have been women for decades who have been doing stuff like that. It's just nobody's writing songs about it. It's less about the ladies and more about the dudes writing songs about it. And girls do too. Megan Thee Stallion and Saweetie, and man, anybody who's got a great rack and sweet cakes and is on stage, scantily clad, there's going to be a song in their set about getting their bag. And it's isn't that the American dream, just as in different lingo?
I suppose
Isn't that what everybody's trying to do? The American dream. People get rich. Anyone gets rich by exploiting other people. That's how you get billionaires. There was a thing this morning. Elon Musk might be the world's first trillionaire. Yeah. Exploiting other people is how you get that wealthy. So if a girl, I'm not talking about the Deshaun Watson thing. That's a whole other gross thing. I'm talking about a situation that involves redistribution of wealth, but no untoward activity. No sexual assault, nothing like that. I'm talking clean, nonviolent, all-American redistribution of wealth for whatever reason, from his pocket to hers. There's plenty of guys voluntarily giving up their cash. Hey, I've been divorced. It all happened. I didn't have a prenup. It all happens.
You know why divorces cost so much, Alan?
Why is that, Bill? They're what? There's got to be a kernel of truth in comedy.
Yep.
They are worth it, boy. People say cheaper to keep her. Nope. You okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Just scratching my nose a little bit. After that good laugh we had over the divorce joke.
Yep. 35192, by the way, to text. Alan, I'm an avid listener to Sports Talk, and the lawyer representing the females mentioned something a year or two ago, that he still has victims he's going to roll out intentionally throughout the next few years to keep his name in the public eye. I mean, listen, you can...
well, the Haslams are like, good.
I would...
Because anyone that's not mentioned in the original lawsuit could lead to a suspension, which gives the Haslams a chance to void the contract.
But I would also think from the other end of this equation that these plaintiffs wouldn't necessarily take too kindly to just being rolled out every so often. I mean, they're looking for some kind of, if not remuneration, then some kind of justice. I don't know what form that takes in something like this. You can't un-assault someone. So I don't know. Here's a good text. Alan Cox, I want to poo-poo pee-pee and fart on your face. You ugly California surf boy looking homosexual. Eat my crap, douchebag. Can you guess what the postscript is?
Can you hit the post on...
No, Trump 2024.
Oh, okay.
Of course, that's
what
the...
I like to do.
Thank you, sir or madam. Thank you so much.
I like to do too. Poo poo pee pee poo. Poo poo pee pee poo poo pee 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 poo poo poo. Oh, pee pee's what I like to do. Pee pee poo pee pee poo poo poo. I like to do too. Poo poo pee pee poo.
Mm-hmm.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, listen, engagement is boy, those MAGA dopes, they are mad that Trump finally admitted he lost the last election. They could not be more pissed.
Oh. Hasn't he?
Holy
didn't he admit
crap.
it before?
I don't know, but oh man, all the other grifters are all mad now because I don't know why. I don't know why they're mad. I don't know what they're mad about. I mean, I mentioned before we got the news about James Earl Jones dying, I was briefly talking about Sergio Mendes dying. There was a great documentary on HBO about Sergio Mendes. And I know that's not exactly a contemporary piece of subject matter, but it is. I'm always fascinated by music documentaries, irrespective of what the genre is, for some reason. I just like music documentaries. And I forget what it's called, but it's really good. We started watching the Sopranos documentary last night.
Oh, you know what? That's probably going on.
It's called Wise Guy.
I want to watch that.
Yeah, and it's mostly about David Chase, who was the creator of the show, but obviously it's a lot of like B-roll of like the casting process, and it's interesting how many people on that show auditioned for other roles. Like everybody auditioned for Tony Soprano, obviously.
Right.
And Gandolfini got it, but David Chase wanted Stevie Van Zandt to play Tony Soprano. And HBO was like, we're not putting all of our cards on the table for this dude who's never acted before. And so he wrote him a part because he liked Stevie Van Zandt so much. He wrote him a part in The Sopranos that would, of course, become Silvio Dante. And that sweet-ass wig.
Silvio's a great character, too.
It's a fantastic character, yeah.
Because, and also, Silvio's so small, and Tony Soprano being like who he is. Like I like him as like a more imposing physical person, than like a little guy like Silvio.
Yeah,
like Silvio still has like a toughness to him, but it's little guy Joe Pesci type energy, not Tony Soprano.
Like, hey, yeah. So it's called Wise Guy, and it's we only watched the first episode. I don't know how many there are. I don't think there's like 10 episodes, but it's entertaining. I'm a sucker for any of that Sopranos stuff. There is a scene in maybe the very first episode, at least the first season, where he takes a guy out to a boat and he's going to kill him. Obviously, the guy doesn't know it yet, but it still makes us laugh when we watch it, that he pulls the gun out of the fish's mouth. There's like a giant marlin, and he's hidden a Glock in the mouth of the fish. And when the guy has his back turned, he goes elbow deep in this fish and pulls out the gun. I'm like, I would have liked a little bit more documentary depth on that scene alone. Like, how did you arrive at that? Who on the set was like, he should hide the gun in the fish? That was a conversation. That probably wasn't on the page. It's probably a conversation that was had.
Yeah, once they got into the room, they're like, where can we put the gun?
Put the gun. Should we duct tape it to the underside of the dock? Nah. It's not a lot of drama with that. It doesn't read right. What, he's going to bend over and reach down and, Gandolfini's a big guy. And they talked to Lorraine Bracco, and they were like, when HBO agreed to do the show, Lorraine Bracco was the only star they had. She had done Goodfellas, and she had, Lorraine Bracco had a career. She was the closest thing they had to like a big star on that show. I knew Edie Falco. So Lorraine Bracco, they wanted her to play Carmela. She's like, I like the doctor. And so that's essentially what they gave her. But Edie Falco, I only knew who she was because I had watched Oz. There was a show that preceded The Sopranos by a few years when HBO first started really getting to original stuff. They had Sex and the City, and they had a show called Oz that was about a prison. It was like J.K. Simmons was a Nazi, and like all these
ton of people came from that
all
show.
these people that we know now. I remember from Oz, and Edie Falco was like the only other person I recognized in The Sopranos because she had been a prison guard on the show Oz. And of course, I don't know if they'll talk about this in the documentary, but the long-awaited and much planned for Sopranos Sex and the City crossover episode. Unfortunately, that never happened. It's so hard, just tonally, and it's so hard to get everybody's schedules aligned.
That's for the best that didn't happen.
You think so? It would have been great.
You know what? You're right. It should have happened.
They could have pulled a Glock from Kim Cattrall's mouth and killed a guy.
Man, I forgot how many. I never watched Oz, but like I've I saw episodes from here, like from time to time.
I loved Oz.
But so many. I forgot Dean Winters was on.
Yeah, Dean Winters and his brother. They were both his
Jonathan Winters.
His brother from Dayton, Ohio. No, he played. His brother played a mentally challenged inmate. But Dean Winters is now the Allstate guy, not Allstate. Mayhem.
Mayhem.
That is Allstate? Yeah,
At Allstate?
I think so.
Guess it's not working. He's been that guy for 10 years.
Chris Maloney from Law and Order. Yeah, he was a dude on Oz. J.K. Simmons, Harold Perrineau. Yeah, a lot of people. Ernie Hudson was the warden.
Mm-hmm.
Great show. And I don't even know if it's on the HBO app still. I don't know if Oz is on there because there's a handful of shows that aren't on these apps.
They took off,
yeah, I don't know why they don't have them on there.
They get licensed by other platforms.
I guess. You can still watch The Shield over there, I think.
The Shield's a FX show. I think that's...
I'm sorry, not The Shield. The Wire.
The Wire.
Yeah. The Wire.
No, The Shield's always on something weird. It's always on, like, Crackle or something.
Crackle? Is that still around?
I don't know.
Oh. The Shield on Crackle. I was reading about how, for you single folks, hobby apps are pretty much leapfrogging dating apps. People have had it up to the proverbial here with dating apps because for a lot of people, and you know this if you're on them, there are a lot of kind of pop culture and political minefields now that you have to traverse on dating apps. And the algorithm sometimes feels like it's working against you, right? So you're not necessarily seeing things you want to see. You're seeing things the algorithm wants you to see. And so I was reading about the rise of apps that just basically put people together who like to do the same things, which is just, I guess, cutting out the middle. I mean, listen, if you're on some app for runners, you're like, oh, I want to meet somebody here because I like to run. Just because they like to run doesn't mean they might not be some right-wing nut job. So I'm not quite sure what they're talking about here. They're like, yeah, people want to avoid the politics on dating apps, so now they're going on hobby apps. Yeah, okay, well, that's not necessarily cutting anything out. I really like going to the movies. Oh, yeah? What's your favorite movie? Birth of a Nation. I don't think we're going to go to the movies. So something to think about. Like they listed the male hobbies that are the least attractive to women. There was a whole big graphic a couple of weeks ago where they surveyed all these women and then they ranked the most and least attractive hobbies that a guy would have. Gambling was way low, as you might suspect. Gambling and porn were way low. I just like that they listed porn as a hobby. What's your favorite hobby? Pornography. Like producing it or watching it,
I just like
or
to see
what?
if the stepmom gets unstuck.
You know, this girl's under a table, and I want to know what happens to her. And it's all the bearded, manly stuff, obviously, that is the most, those kinds of hobbies are the most attractive. Because as we get ever closer to societal collapse, your boyfriend's porn addiction is not going to help you out when the zombies come. The number one most attractive hobby to women, according to this infographic, reading. Bill, you are out.
What about audiobooks? What about if
I listen to all my books?
What if I'm reading with my ears?
Foreign languages.
What woman doesn't love a guy that listens?
That's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Foreign languages. Playing an instrument. That ties in with porn if you've seen certain kinds over there. Cooking, woodworking, gardening, astronomy, not astrology. One is real, one is not. Blacksmithing. Now, if you're, there are a lot of guys out there who know how to do this kind of stuff, right? They're making knives and they're hammering their plowshares into swords and they're out there smithing their life away. So you're going to get really good marks if those are the kind of hobbies that you fall into, you know, because it shows that you're a well-rounded individual. What do you like to do? Oh, I like blacksmithing and traveling. She's going to eat that right up. Now, it starts to fall off considerably when they get to comic books and cosplay. What I thought was interesting is on the back half, when you get into the real, like, low double-digit percentages and single-digit percentages, one of the hobbies that ladies don't like, debating. So if you're, let's say you went to college on a debate scholarship and you've got the skills, those aren't easily transferable skills in the real world. Drinking is not popular. If your hobby is drinking. Again, these are all listed as hobbies. And listen, I'm probably not telling you anything you don't already know. If a guy is talking your ear off about crypto, you can't run away fast enough. Cigars, or if their hobby is arguing online. That's another good one, too. So just things that take some skill, guys. Keep it to that kind of stuff, right? Perhaps you paint. That's your hobby. Doesn't have to be your lifelong vocation. You like to paint or read. It's amazing how far that. What do you like to do for fun? Oh, I like to read. Oh, I like to feed my brain. Oh, why? What are your hobbies? Crypto and porn. Oh, arguing online much? Or combine them. You go, I'll tell you what, I love reading foreign cookbooks. That's what I like. You give me another language, I'll fire it up. I'll make you a duck à l'orange to blow your panties off. I got a break. You want to send a text, 35192. You can listen anywhere you are. We'll be there, too, on the iHeartRadio app.
Raising Cane's, marinated and hand-battered chicken fingers served fresh and hot. One love.
On sale now.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Cox. Cox. Is that with an X? Yes.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Send me a text. Alan Cox Show YouTube channel is where you can watch the show live. Is that right? Did I get that right? If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, thank you for consuming the program there whenever you are able. If you do that from out of state, I like to know where people are as well. So tell me if you are one of our bureau chiefs from around these United States. Joe is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Brennan is in Nashville, Tennessee. Vicky lives in Brooklyn. Phil is in Auburn, Alabama. War Eagle. Holly is in Durant, Iowa, listening to the show. And Jamie is in Hot Springs Village, Arkansas. We have a lot of people in Memphis, by the way, too. One of them sent me the story about the 22-year-old mom who was charged after her 6-year-old took her loaded gun to school and passed it around to the other students in his class. So this would be like the second grade, first grade. The cops got called to Geter Elementary School. You know who that a lot of these schools are named after famous people in those regions. And of course, there was the longtime old mayor of Memphis in the 50s was a guy named Geter Dunn.
So stupid.
So stupid.
Where are you going to be on Sunday?
I'm going to be at the Parma Tavern, everybody, for the Cox Out pregame, noon to 2. AlanCoxShow.com for info. Geter Elementary School in Memphis. The cops were called there when the county resource officer. That's like the dude is staying, like the rent-a-cop at school, right? Is that who the resource officers? Or are they there to kind of...
usually...
They're like the muscle at school? Is that what they are?
Usually it's a real police officer. It's not like a rent-a-cop.
Okay. The student was allegedly passing the weapon to other students in his class. They also discovered that the weapon was stolen because the serial number had been filed off.
What, people never just buy something and then file off the serial number?
Well, I mean...
Because it's fun to do.
She said, this woman, the mom, said that she admitted that the handgun was hers and that she had bought it from an unknown person. I see. Listen, I just want to buy a gun from you, all right? I don't want to know your life story. I got $400. You got a gun? I don't need to know who you are. I don't know names. I don't know who you are. You don't know who I am.
3-day waiting period, but I'm mad now. I'd shoot you if I had my gun. Well, you don't.
Unknown person, surely everybody is known to someone.
The gun episode of The Simpsons is one of the best.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Gun, but I'm mad now.
Yeah.
Right?
To buy your deadliest gun, please?
Aisle 6, next to the sympathy cards. Whoa, careful there, Annie Oakley.
I don't have to be careful. I got a gun.
Well, you'll probably want the accessory kit, holster.
Oh, yeah.
Bandolier.
Baby.
Silencer. Loudener. Speed cocker.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
And this is for shooting down police helicopters.
Oh, I don't need anything like that. Yet. Just give me my gun.
Sorry, the law requires a 5-day waiting period. We've got to run a background check.
5 days? But I'm mad now.
Yeah.
I'd kill you if I had my gun.
Yeah, well, you don't.
Bloodbath and Beyond is the name of the gun shop.
Yeah.
The big Confederate flag on the wall. They also got a guy, speaking of responsible gun owners, they already got a guy who forgot that he left his gun in his oven. And, of course, turned the oven on later, forgetting that the gun was in there. Of course, people have gotten shot by doing this before. Again, There must be something nefarious going on if your thought is, I'm going to put my gun in the oven. I'm sorry, are you pregnant? No, I have a gun in the oven.
Gun.
Oh, gun. A gun in the oven. Oh, well, that's... I don't want you to be a parent then, if you're that stupid. In the process of trying to secure the gun from the operating oven, the guy forgot to put on an oven mitt. So this is like a whole comedy of errors here with this guy. Like, I got to get my gun out of the oven because I turned the oven. I don't cook much, but there it is. The guy, wahoo!
And then he looks in his gun holster, and there's a bundt cake in there.
Oh, no. My hand.
Two things
I got
are ruined.
Oh, it's like when the guy, when Tote tries to grab the amulet in Raiders of the Lost Ark, and it burns it onto his hand. Has to go jam his hand in the snow. He forgot to put the oven mitt on and burned himself. He was also struck twice with bullets. He was severely injured, but is doing okay. Gun left in oven, fires 5 rounds is the story.
Storage of guns, but an incident in Chesterfield is a prime example of what not to do. Firefighters got a call to put out a fire at a home last night, and the homeowner was saying that the oven had exploded. Firefighters opened the oven door, and lo and behold, there was a gun inside. Why the gun was there, still not clear, but someone put the gun...
The stupid chyron in this story says, gun got too hot in the oven. And look at the name of the town here at the bottom. You know, they run the crawl with the local weather. Goochland. This is in Virginia. Goochland, Virginia. Gun got too hot in the oven.
All right, I want to know
gun in there.
Yeah?
I need to know how much a house costs in Goochland, Virginia.
Yeah.
And forgot about it and turned on the oven. The gun got too hot and 5 rounds went off.
5 rounds went off and the gun got too hot.
How am I just now hearing about Goochland?
Yeah, Goochland, Virginia.
Oh.
We got to get a bureau chief. We got to buy a house just so we can give it to somebody, and then we have a bureau chief in Goochland
Population
County.
953.
There you go. Yeah, I don't imagine this guy is living high on the hog, but hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby, how are you?
I feel like we haven't talked to you in a minute.
Oh, that's my loss and yours. Uh-huh. Hey.
All right, so we're all losing. All right, what's up?
Just a quick thought, because I got one main one, but the quick thought is, stupid people like that deserve it, okay? Take them completely out of the gene pool. We don't need people that are that dumb to put their gun in an oven to reproduce. Okay?
I have to assume, Drunk Sue, that the firearms in your house are constantly secured properly.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Locked up, man. I got 13 grandbabies.
Oh, you have 13 guns?
Locked up.
No, 13 grandbabies.
Oh,
No,
I thought she was calling her guns or grandbabies.
No.
Oh, okay. Some people do that. I don't know, man. Ohio's a wild place. You ever be behind a car where some people have those family stick figures? Other people have that, but for their guns.
That drives me nuts.
All right, I'm just saying that it's not unprecedented that people think of their firearms as their babies.
Goochland is no cheap place
Well,
to live.
Goochland, I mean.
They have names, you know.
Yep. No, I that's great. I'm glad to hear that.
Anyhow, I made an observation yesterday.
Yeah.
I was watching the Browns
debacle.
The disaster there? Yeah, there you go.
I didn't really want to call it a game.
Yeah.
But it occurred to me during the game, the debacle, that I thought a touchdown was a hard thing to get.
Well, a touchdown is supposed to be a hard thing to get, yes.
Yeah. Not a first down.
Right, yes. I take your point, Sue. It was frustrating to say the least, wasn't it, if you're a Browns fan?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Well.
I mean.
But you're a lifer, right? You stick with them.
I know.
Were you a 49ers fan when you lived out west?
No, Chargers.
Chargers fan. When they were in San Diego?
Yes.
Yep. You had, what's his name? You had Dan Fouts.
Junior Seau.
Yeah, right.
And yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sue's excited just thinking about the Chargers back in the day. Mm-hmm. All right. All right.
That's right. Put a smile on my face.
Did you have, what did you do this past weekend, Sue? Did you have big plans?
No. Nope. Didn't do much of nothing.
Just kicking around the homestead?
Yep, and it was absolutely wonderful.
All right, good. Some weekends you just need to kick it, right?
That's right.
Right. All right, Sue.
All right, well, that's all I got for you, baby.
All right, thank you. There's Drunk Sue. Good to hear from her, of course. How much is a house in Goochland, Virginia?
Dude, they're not cheap.
Yeah. All right.
There's one. I mean, like even the smaller ones, like this one is. I guess it's still got a pretty good square footage, but 4 beds, 3 baths, 2,120 square feet.
All right.
$399,000.
Wow.
Yeah. And then there's a lot that are a lot more. I mean, there's some big houses in Goochland for sale.
All right.
These are a lot of new construction.
Well, as I understand it, if you
There's
look
like a $5 million mansion.
If you look at the map,
yeah,
Goochland is between Ballsville and Beehole Town,
and
right?
Balloon Knot.
Yeah, Buttburg. Yeah. So dumb. Yeah. All right. Well. Anyway. I would imagine it's probably not in the $5 million house where the guy left his gun in the oven.
Yeah.
And it fired off 5 rounds. Gun too hot for oven. Oh. Alan, you're talking about dating sites. I met a woman on a dating site who told me she wanted to cut off my penis and staple it to her forehead.
And now she's your wife.
I was going to say, that's an immediate swipe right, just to see where the night takes you.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth looking into.
Bite off his penis.
Wow. Alan, my fiance, is in prison in Ohio, and they have Crackle on their tablets.
There you go.
They just went bankrupt along with Redbox. Is Crackle part of Redbox?
Oh, I don't know.
All right. Well, her fiance is in prison.
Oh.
A little B&E charge, it sounds like. Alan, you always say how bigger people don't live longer. James Earl Jones was a big guy, made it to 93.
Boom, take that.
Well,
there was one.
Yeah. That negates every other.
Mm-hmm.
No, my point is you'll never see really, really fat older people. James Earl Jones, yeah, but he was not, from what I saw, he was a man of sizable carriage,
Yeah,
but I mean,
he's a
yeah.
big
But
guy.
okay, you got me. There you go, in 93. I certainly wouldn't count on that, though. I mean, you know, you'll find elderly smokers before you'll find elderly obese people. Alan, where do model trains fall on that list of unattractive hobbies to women?
I mean, that's not a hobby I have yet. So, but I did tell my girlfriend that that's the plan.
The plan is to become a model train guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I'm retired.
Mm-hmm.
And by that time, I don't care.
Boy, you want to feel old. I was watching the write-up on Avril Lavigne's...
I didn't say I do.
You what?
I don't want to feel old.
Avril Lavigne did a sold-out show at Blossom on Friday.
Yeah.
She will be 40 in 2 weeks.
Whoa.
Lil Avril Lavigne, right?
Yeah.
She married Chad Kroger a few years ago. That only lasted a couple years.
When did her first song come out? 2003?
Probably.
Yeah, so it's been 20-plus years.
Yeah. Still looks the same, pretty much. She married Derek Whibley, of course, the fellow Canadians.
Mm-hmm.
He's the frontman of Sum 41 and, of course, the owner of the single most annoying way to spell the name Derek.
How does he spell it?
Deryck.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's not good. But I like the band. But, yeah, I was reading the write-up in Cleveland Scene. I was like, oh, my God. Avril Lavigne sold out Blossom.
She is
good for her.
Hits.
I guess, but a lot of bands have huge hits and they don't sell out Blossom.
I know, but she also didn't tour for such a long time.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
All right.
And then, like, the last time she came to town, it was opening for MGK. I think people want to see a full headline set by her.
All right. Well, I figured there was some kind of explanation.
And that's, her crowd is in their late 20s, early 30s now, too.
Yeah.
And they're showing up to a lot of concerts, a lot of nostalgia concerts.
Linkin Park is kind of trying to clean up the Emily Armstrong mess insofar as it is becoming a thing. She posted a thing over the weekend. She's the new front person for Linkin Park. And these guys wanted to come out all guns blazing. But a lot has changed in the past 7 years. And, of course, people immediately started to dig into this girl's past and blah, blah, blah. And she was a big Scientologist and a very vocal supporter of Danny. Because Scientologists stick together. They circle the wagons. Mm-hmm. And everybody who is tethered to reality is a suppressive person. And so she put out a whole big thing over the weekend on Instagram, I think, where she was like, I thought he was a friend. I went to one of his hearings. It's all pretty vague. It's all pretty kind of boilerplate apology. I realized I shouldn't have supported him, and I've never spoken with him since. I do not condone abuse or violence against women. Again, I don't know that it really matters. Does it really matter to people? I think it's more that people don't like the way she sounds with Linkin Park. I mean, you know, we've had these conversations about parasocial relationships, and Linkin Park fans have that with that band. With Chester specifically,
right?
But the band, you know,
and now they want to defend that though,
yeah,
because of what Chester meant to them and that those songs that he performed. Somebody going out there and doing anything less than what he was doing is going to upset him.
I mean, his son is pissed off. You know, Chester Bennington's son wrote something like the guys in Linkin Park betrayed the fans. And,
oh wow.
I mean, you're never gonna, this is a lose-lose situation for Shinoda and company, because on the one hand, like, yeah, Linkin Park is a band that's just out there and people like them. And he's like, well, we're still musicians. We're still artists. We still want an outlet. And let's see where this is. They might end up doing one tour and that's it. Who knows?
I don't even know if this tour is going to draw the interest because of her.
Well, we'll see. Jamie Bennington is Chester Bennington's son. And he's not down with it. Mike Shinoda quietly erased my father's life and legacy in real time during International Suicide Prevention Month. That's laying it on a little thick. I don't think Mike Shinoda was looking at the calendar and go, this will be the perfect time to do it.
Right.
And you can't erase Chester. I mean, yeah, he's in every song. So I get that it's his dad, and he probably never wanted that band to move on. You know, there was precisely one chapter in the history of that band, and it was with Chester Bennington. But, you know, he also fronted Stone Temple Pilots for a little while. And those guys are back on the road. So, I don't know. Chester Bennington's kid, not pleased.
Can he sing?
Man, I have to think. There was a thing on Reddit over the weekend where somebody, not theoretically, allegedly said, here are some of the people Linkin Park talked to before they landed on Emily Armstrong. Because everybody knew. It's not like they made a beeline for this girl. She's a friend of a friend of a friend, or the bands knew each other or whatever. I'm like, they had to have approached some higher profile people. If that list was real, there wasn't one name on it I recognized. So it might as well have been her.
Mike Shinoda, girl, you know my singer died. My singer died. Now I guess we gotta use Mike Shinoda.
So nobody's happy right now with what's going on. You know, last week talking about Cedric Bixler coming out from the Mars Volta against this woman. And so that,
it's not going according to the
Scientology
plan.
stink, man, is hard to wash off.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. I don't think there are any U.S. dates, right, on this Linkin Park thing, or are there? I know they're doing like big arenas overseas. Maybe they're probably doing L.A. and New York. But so far, I think they're just dipping their toe in the. Wait, what? Oh, they're doing like Wednesday night at the Kia Forum in California, in L.A. Oh,
like that soon?
I guess.
That seems way too soon. They just announced that she was in the band.
Linkin Park guitarist Brad Delson says he will sit out of comeback tour.
Is that
Friday afternoon? He said he will be sitting out their upcoming comeback tour. Yikes!
Yeah, that's not good.
Oof. And they already
you want
lost.
the guy with the guitar player with the headphones. You want him out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. So they have a different drummer replacing Rob Borden, and now they're going to have this dude. All right. Well, there you go. They're off to a great start.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you want when you're trying to get people excited. Let me break here. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192. Guardians baseball tonight. They're in Chicago. They're set to walk all over the White Sox, most likely. 7:40 tonight is your start. 7:10, Guardians live pregame gets going here on the Buzzard.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.